We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to a new series of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, and what fun it is to be back. Over the next 10 weeks I can promise you fun and laughter, though not during this programme, of course. So please welcome Willie, Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor on my right. Graeme and Barry Cryer on my left. We're going to start the new series with a game we haven't played for quite a while. It's called Predictions for 1981. And I shall want the teams to give me their predictions for 1981. And we'll start with Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Hello. The Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh are going to make an official visit to Norway to look for locations for Maelstrom. That's what's going to happen in 1981, about June the 4th, 5:30.
Right. It'll be when? Sorry?
5:30. I can't be more specific than that.
It'll be called Royal Maelstrom. It's a tale of Norwegian postal services.
Barry.
Norman St. John Stevens will come out of the cabinet.
A number of people will say, what a pity George Raft died last year. And possibly in April, others will reply, and Mae West, for that matter.
Graeme.
Well, the mists are beginning to clear. I see that gas will go up by 25%, and the SDP will form. The two are not unconnected, I feel.
Arthur Scargill will probably resign as the president of the NUM to become the new Bishop of Durham.
Well, in August, if spared, I shall be 44. Cries of surely not, you bearded lovely from females in the audience, but no.
Amazingly, petrol will reach £1 a gallon. That's hard to believe, I know, but...
Well, I've got a feeling we gave you the wrong year, but still, this is the point where I choose the profession for which our teams will provide appropriate guests, late arrivals, in fact, at their ball. And I've chosen dancers. Late arrivals at the end of the programme, please, for the Dancers' Ball.
Oh, good.
Dancers.
Thought you'd like that. Now we're going to play the game called Good News, Bad News. Someone whom I'm about to nominate will start with some good news, and the next person will give us the corresponding bad news, and then the next person after that will give us the good news, and the person after that will give us the bad, and so on, until I press the buzzer. And we'll start with you, Graeme Garden.
Starting with good news, right, good news. The BBC have started production on another series of Maelstrom.
Bad news, they're going to show it on television.
The good news, they're keeping the same plot as it was hardly used the first time.
So that's who watched it.
Bad news, it'll be dubbed into the original Norwegian.
The good news is then we might be able to understand it.
Bad news is that then we might be able to understand it.
What do we want now? Some good news?
I think we
need some desperately, yeah.
BBC are cutting the licence fee.
Bad news, the Norwegian fishing licence.
The good news is the programme will be on 3 times a week, and they're calling it Wotan.
Bad news. Bruce Forsyth is going to be on 3 times a week. It's going to be called Wig On. That was the voice of Barry Cryer.
No. David Hockney's doing a portrait show 3 times a week called Paint Your Wogan.
The BBC have also brought a series on the Japanese whaling industry, which we call Shogun.
3 times a week.
3 times a week.
And back now to the good news. The BBC are going to be showing Star Wars 3 times a week, and they're calling it Reagan.
Well, I think we've just got time for another round of that. We'll start with you, Tim.
Good news. Madame Tussauds are melting down Bernard Manning.
The bad news, but only the waxwork.
Good news, they're using the assembled wax to make the cast of Dynasty.
The bad news is they're putting a wick in Joan Collins' head.
Good news. Happy birthday to you. Oh, thank you very much.
I always press the buzzer when Tim starts to sing. Time for another one now.
Oh.
Barry, start off.
Good news. James Burke. I should have stopped there. James Burke is doing a new series called We Are What We See.
The bad news is he is what he looks.
The good news is he's changing his name.
Bad news to Doris Burke.
But he'll be appearing with Edward de Bono in a show called The Wee Doc and Doris.
3 times a week.
3 times a week. After meals.
Maelstrom 3.
Bad news, Henry Kelly won't be in it.
Bad news?
The good news is he'll be playing the wick in Joan Collins' head.
Good news. Happy birthday to you.
Those of you in the studio here, they're probably not those at home, might like to know the score. In this round, the aim is... This is a round called Straight Face, and the aim is not to amuse the audience. Each panelist in turn says a word, and the first one who gets a laugh from the studio audience is disqualified. The remaining 3 continue the game in rotation until only one survives, and to that one I award a large number of marks. And we'll start with you, Graeme Garden.
Maelstrom.
What?
Cute.
Oligarchy.
Treadmill.
Plump.
How do you spell that?
PL ump.
Maelstrom 3. Titter.
Oh, nothing funny about that.
So, Tim, you drop out of that and we continue with you, Barry.
Clamp.
Plod.
Everglade.
Violence.
Oh, what?
Tim's out now.
Yes, I'd.
Yes, it should have been Barry's turn.
Wisteria.
Thesaurus.
Roger. Oh.
Yes.
Don't
sorry,
we all?
Graham.
Good for a laugh,
Sorry,
Roger. Roger the Loger, they all know the joke.
It's down now to Barry and Willie. And Barry, you've got an awful lot to do. Like start.
Thesaurus.
We've had thesaurus.
I thought we had Roger. I must stop nodding off. Wait a minute.
Oh, that's what it was.
Splint.
Belt.
Clasp.
Door.
Knob.
Ankle.
Gasp.
God, you're good at not making people laugh.
Years of experience will out.
And self-taught. I got
Yes.
Right, let's speed it up a bit.
Chair.
Table.
Desk.
Pen.
Microphone.
Quill.
Glass.
Boot.
Hat.
Lace.
Paper.
Daisy.
Teeth.
Quicker!
Sill.
Audience.
And that means Barry Cryer's the winner. Barry Cryer's the winner. And we can go on to the next game, which is singing relay. Teams will attempt to sing a song by each singing alternate words and must do so in a time limit of 7 hours. We'll start with you, Tim and Willie, and your song is Sister Susie's Sewing Shirts for Soldiers.
Could you just say that again?
Give us a hint of the tune.
No, I
would
couldn't
you,
say it
Humphrey?
again. Sister Susie's Sewing Shirts for Soldiers.
Sister
Susie's sewing shirts for soldiers. Such skill at sewing shirts are shy young
sister
Susie
shows.
Some
soldiers
send
epistles.
say
Let's
sooner
sleep
in
thistles
than the saucy
soft
short
shirts
for
soldiers.
Sister
Susie
sews.
I'm going to give you 14 marks for that.
Thank you. You.
And now, Graeme and Barry, your song is Tico, Tico, Tico.
Yes.
Oh, Tico, Tico, tick. Oh, Tico, Tico, talk. It's Tico, Tico. He's the cuckoo clock. And when says, oh, he says,
Maelstrom.
cuckoo. He means it's time to woo. It's Tico, time for all the lovers in the block. I've got a heavy date, a tete-a-tete at 8. So speak, oh Tico, tell me, is it getting late? If I'm on time, cuckoo. But if I'm late, woo-woo, the one my heart has gone to may not want to wait. For just a birdie and a birdie who can turn away. Or in the bed of the heart,
That was good.
Well, after that performance, you won't need me to tell you who was the winner of that round.
we're sharing one copy. Is that any point?
Barry and Graeme. Now, we're going to come to the relatively serious part of the programme now and play Mornington Crescent. And teams, we're playing this evening, today.
1981.
Evenington Crescent.
Teams, we're going to play Lipman's rules for this round. You're all clear on that, Lipman's rules. And I think we'll start with you, Graeme.
Ooh, a good Lipman opening then is Hornchurch.
I suppose it has to be Hans Crescent.
Whitehall.
You obviously haven't played it. Have you?
No, but I can. Oh, Lord.
No, you've
yeah.
left the loop open. You've left the loop.
I know.
Old Brompton Road.
Fairlop.
Pardon?
Fairlop.
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 Central line.
You made that up.
You spell that.
I
Had a
just-
bad time with plump. Can you spell
Fair lop. Fairlop. It's on the Central line, just near Barkingside.
Never.
It's,
One
Have you got a diary
one
with
before
them, man?
Barkingside.
Hang on a minute.
I've got a
Look at
diary.
a tube map.
it's the Norwegian word for fishing industry. Fairlop.
That's a Norwegian word for
There are
fairlop.
listeners in the Outer Hebrides who won't have the A to Z handy.
No.
I mean,
Those of you driving on the M1, please don't look in your diaries at the moment.
The other
Fairlop.
side of Barkingside, Graeme says.
Yeah, or this side, depending on which side you are. But it's, no,
Wait
it's
a
allowed in
minute.
Lipman.
Fairlop.
Actually, I can allow that.
Yes.
Oh.
Of course you can
I've checked on it, and I can allow that. So, Graeme?
Yeah, but it's following it now.
yes.
Yeah.
There's no.
Most no fault, you can't go after that.
Under Lipman.
There's no way out of that, is
Yeah.
there?
No, there isn't.
You
that.
could, you
But
could.
That day
Can't
was
you do it on-
Whitehall.
Wait a minute.
No.
No, but
Can't.
Whitehall started it, and that was my fault.
I reckon
Yeah.
that's stump, isn't it?
Just a minute. Let me just...
There,
You're absolutely right. There isn't a way out.
They've
So,
closed the lift.
this is a funny thing. In all these years, this is the very first time that this has happened. And I'm going to have to check on this, teams. So I think the best thing to do to hurry along with the program is for us to scrub round that round and start another one.
Okay.
You agree?
Yep.
yeah,
Okay.
all right.
If anybody's listening who can see a way out of Fairlop,
Well, I've no
Somebody in
doubt. you forget
Barkingside,
letters.
preferably.
No doubt at all we shall get a lot of letters about that. Yeah. So anyway, we'll start with you, Willie Rushton, then.
I can't even start now.
Well, there is a way of starting.
Fairlop.
Excellent. Totally Littman.
Right, well, teams, I'll tell you what, we'll have to forget this round of Mornington Crescent.
But was the second one
have to
Littman
check.
as well?
I'll check before next time and see how we can get out of this.
If it wasn't
Because it hasn't
live.
happened before, and I must apologise to the audience for that. It hasn't happened before, and I hope it won't happen again. Appropriately enough, we go on to a game called Paranoia. And in this game, Team A decides that there's something wrong with Team B, and Team B have to guess what is wrong with themselves by asking questions. Team A then reply in a manner appropriate to Team B's affliction, and the aim is to make the members of Team B paranoid and to leave the studio twitching. Graeme and Barry's affliction is now going to go up on our audience computer.
Floppy disk.
And here's,
Fair loppy discs.
meanwhile,
Fair
here's
loppy.
the mystery voice to tell you listening at home.
Graeme and Barry think they are leaking. Graeme and Barry think they are leaking.
Right, we now all of us know Graeme and Barry's affliction, and they have to discover what it is.
Has it got anything to do with Fairlop or Maelstrom? Get that out of the way.
We haven't heard that, have we?
No.
No.
Mum is the word.
Your secret is safe with us.
Something to do with deodorant. Has it got a physical connotation?
It can do. The physical oh, look at that
Rather
nasty
stain on the carpet.
stain on the carpet.
Is it something to do with being unprepossessing?
What's unprepossessing?
Are we?
Now be very careful, because Mother Thatcher could hit you with the full majesty of her law.
Do we think we're a specific person?
I wouldn't mention names if I was you. because-
No.
It's something to do with security, isn't it?
The both meanings of the word.
Are we
Hence the carpet.
moles? Are we moles?
What a charming thought.
Yes, you're trying to be.
Yes.
That's in the other sense. In the physical sense, there is still a large stain getting bigger on the carpet.
Adrian mole?
don't-
No.
Are we leaking?
Yes.
Welsh way of putting
Technically,
rugby.
the answer is you think you're leaking, which is rather worse. Now, Tim and Willie's affliction is now going up on the board, and here it is for you at home through the mystery voice.
Tim and Willie think they are the Bishop of Durham. Tim and Willie think they are the Bishop of Durham.
You have to guess what it says.
All set? Right.
Well, the audience loud, so it must be dirty. Is the only-
Start questioning Tim and Willie.
Do we think we're some other people than ourselves?
People who hate each other.
Well, I think we can, yes.
Well, no, not
Another
literally.
person, put it that way.
Another
We are.
person. We think we're one person, do we?
Have we Lithuanian blood?
Oh, that's all a matter of belief.
I thought it might be Leon Britain. Well, that's Transylvanian, and that's Nigel Lawson.
Leon Britain is Maelstrom.
Right, hurry it along, please.
We think we're the Pope.
Could be.
Well,
No, very unlikely.
no.
Bishop
Very
of Durham.
unlikely.
Bishop of
Bizarre.
Well done. We've got a new game now. Not interesting, but new. It's called Longer and Longer. I shall want the teams to tell a story, each team taking 2 sentences at a time. Each time a team takes over, it must include a word that's longer than any words used before. Team members can challenge any word. And I'll award points to anyone who can tell me how to end the game. So we're going to start with you now. This is going to be a very crucial one to score this. So we'll start with you, Tim.
There was a cat that sat on a mat. It was a fat cat.
The cat's name was Kate. Kate, the cat, loved her mat. Kate.
Kate liked to skate on the mat. Stupid cat.
That wasn't a sentence.
Was?
No
Kate.
verb. No verb, I'm sorry. And I'm on your side.
Graeme, we've laboriously got as far as 2 syllables.
Kate the cat found a rink catering for skating cats. There Kate the cat skated. Stupid cat. Semicolon.
Catering
semicolon,
was the big
semicolon.
one, wasn't it?
Kate the cat, the skating cat, skated existentially. And was also fairly anti-disestablishmentarian. Ism in her views.
Doesn't make sense.
A bit of a one-off was Kate the cat, who liked, in her tea break, to listen to Julie Andrews singing Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
And also enjoyed Max Bygrave singing Gilly Gilly Ossenfeller because of the mention of cats in the title. And Andrew Lloyd Webber doesn't count as a word. Or for much else, in my view.
Great seeing him on Spitting Image live, wasn't it?
Graeme, come along.
Well,
You know you were asking how to finish this, Humph. I just pressed the button.
I thought of a really good
Well, I'm
way.
waiting for a white flag to go up. from Graeme.
I think Graham's out. I think I was
He
cheating.
capitulated, yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a...
Yep.
Right.
Good luck, Big Tim.
Kate the cat was a fat cat
Not going
who
very well
enjoyed
so far.
catering and skating. And Kate the cat was an intelligent linguistic cat because she knew the German word for this, which was Ober einen Abendstaben Gesellstig unter Bürgern angehend Freude Liechtengesellschaft.
That was the whole front row of the James Last Orchestra.
I think we'll give the game to Tim.
Yeah. He deserves it.
And now we come to the point where I sit back and listen to the teams announcing the late arrivals for the Dancers' Ball.
Who's going to say grace? Oh, Bishop Tutu.
This must be a coming out ball, as everyone seems to be enjoying the gay Gordons. Yes, Mr. Glyde is getting very friendly, the very pally Glyde.
With the gay Gordon, Sir Roger de Coverley and a dashing white sergeant. And his fandango.
Sparing the presence of your delicious topless assistant there, Humphrey, there are a couple of beauties with their knighted Chinese son, Sir Li Ping beauty. They've brought their ram Bert, who will be more successful, but he's a ball shy.
And all the way from Norway.
Oh, yes. It's going to be Lars Volz.
And their male Strom.
And not only that, but Mr. and Mrs. Crackersweet and their son Knut Crackersweet.
Who's a father of two, or as the French say, papa de deux.
Oh, yes, and there's Charleston Heston.
From Cambridge, May Balls. a relation to Claude, who I brought up last year. I remember. Yes, I just thought I'd mention it again.
You please get to attention for General Xerxes Quentin Smee, better known as General Excuse Me. Is that Beth hobbling towards us? She must be injured. Yes, just look at the lame Beth walk.
And here's Anna Pavlov and her reacting dogs. Later we'll be watching her St. Bernard waltz.
And why don't you welcome Mr. and Mrs. Twist Again and their son Les Twist Again. And his friend Tristan Shout.
The Welsh party who are here for cum dancing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, all good things have to come to an end. And so does this program. So from all of us, until next time, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Graeme Garden and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. If you've been watching TV recently, you may have seen Tim Brooke-Taylor searching for bright new talent in the Fame game. Unfortunately, he hasn't found any for this program, so please welcome Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden on my left. Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. And hurry us along, teams, we haven't got much time. This next game is called, which is in fact the first game this week, it's called Battleship. This first game is called Battleship. Each of our contestants has a grid in front of him in which certain squares are occupied by his craft. It's up to the others to try to locate those craft. I'm going to start with you, Barry Cryer. Try asking Tim.
Oh, right.
Won't get you anywhere.
C5.
Oh, you've got my Sinclair.
He had a terrible experience, Tim. He had a head-on collision with an empty cigarette packet.
Okay, Tim, you ask Graeme.
K9.
K9. Oh, the sunk crux.
Graeme, ask Willie now.
I'm going to straddle you with a salvo, Willie.
Oh.
R2D2.
Oh. You've either got Moby Dick or Claire Rayner in a wetsuit.
Willie, if you'll ask Barry now.
Z1.
Oh, my punt. Well, not all of it. Z1. Z1, yes. Yeah.
Would you want to go on? I don't. Right. This is the moment when I give the teams advance warning of the ball they'll be doing at the end of the program. As you know, last week I invited listeners to send me some balls of their own choosing, and I put them all in this bucket. And I'm now going to pick one out.
Oh, was that what the bucket was for? I'm sorry, Humphrey.
And I've got one here from Mrs. Steady on. Settle down, studio. I got one from Mrs. Judith Brown of Abingdon, and it says the fisherman's ball. So that's what it'll be this week.
Great,
the fisherman's
Judith.
ball.
Judith, what's her name?
Judith Brown of Abingdon.
I think I know her.
I met her once. I'm sure I know the name.
Never mind that.
Mafia
I'd just like to say to those, those listening to him, please don't send us any more suggestions, as we've already been inundated, and we'll be doing the other one next week. And we go on now to...
I think I knew her mother.
We go on relentlessly now to the ad-lib poem. This is one of my favourites. I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue until I buzz them, and the next person continues, and so on, till we reach an artistic conclusion. First line this time is, I am a little fairy, and I sit upon a tree.
Very candid of you, Hum.
Who shall we start with? Let's start with you, Barry.
I am a little fairy, and I sit upon a tree. And all the people, they walk past, and they all wave at me. Hello, you folk, I always cry. How are you all today?
It's no fun being a fairy. It's no fun being gay. In fact, it's bloody miserable. And vastly overrated.
In fact, the last time I went out, and this makes me sound dated, was in the lovely summer of 1981.
Oh. When I was spotted in my tree, someone said, "You're one." I've run one with one, that's close, isn't it? I sat on a leafy branch. Sorry?
Scansion. What's the scansion, please?
He's having trouble with the rhyming. Don't confuse him totally.
I sat upon a leafy branch.
He's so bad,
As
he's gay
as gay could be.
I sat there for so long, my dears. 'Twas 1983. I'm never going to have some fun, I thought to my dismay, and then I heard a shrill voice cry, "Calloo, calloo, callay. Come down, fairy friend. If you lend me just £3, we could go in a boozer and there drink fairy liquid."
Let's do another one of that. Shall we, Tim?
One less.
Right here, Tim, you're going to start this one. Liz and Phil went up the hill on a pogo stick he bought her.
What they went up the hill for, I know they didn't oughta. They went up the hill, you know, for a bit of fun.
Because when you're royal, it's a heavy life. And there they met Clive Dunn. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," said he.
The Queen said perhaps we could open him, but we haven't got the key. Perhaps we could break champagne on his head and name him, said good Phil.
The Queen said, "Pull yourself together," and bounced off down the hill.
I thought that was a little gem. Right, we have a round now called Mad Wriggle, I'm afraid. This is a musical round in which each team will give us a folk song on a specified subject. Tim and Willie, would you like to give Graeme and Barry a subject for their folk song?
We'd like songs of the road. M for folk?
That'll do.
Yeah.
As I walked out in the evening air upon the old M4, I saw Joan Collins standing there where she'd never stood before. I said, "Dear Joan, will you marry me?" And she said, "I can't, it's Lent." And do you know, until this day, I don't know what she meant.
Right, Graeme and Barry, that puts you well in the lead now. See whether you can catch up. Graeme and Barry, will you give Tim and Willie their subject?
I haven't really got a sweater for this.
The lay of the jogger.
The rounder lay of the jogger.
Last lay of the jogger.
As I was jogging out one day, pursued by Zola Bud,
I fell over Mary Decker. With a great resounding thud.
She said, while we are down here, let's rustle hearty-o. Sorry.
Well, he said, I'm sorry, darling, but I love Sebastian Coe.
Right, we come now to politicians' jargon. That was it? I thought that was good. You won.
Oh, good.
We come now to politicians' jargon. I want the teams to give us some politicians' jargon and then tell us what it really means. Anybody like to start?
I'd like to start.
Oh, you'd like to start.
As the honourable member is perfectly aware, I have absolutely nothing to hide. Means, you bastard, how did you find out?
Yes, in the House, in the debating chamber, when they say honourable member, what they actually mean is two-faced git. When they say right honourable member, they mean right two-faced git.
May I just finish, Sir Robin, means you have a dangerous gleam in your glasses, clever Dick, and I'm about to change the subject.
Fact-finding mission means freebie holiday.
We're holding an inquiry means forget it.
Order means shut up, you silly little boys.
That is a very good question. Means that is the only question I actually know the answer to. But I'm still not going to tell you.
1 moment is 5.7 minutes. Well, the short answer is 15.7 minutes. And in conclusion, 37.43.
There's only one way to curb this thuggery and violence, means ban the sale of alcohol in the House of Commons.
There is no alternative means absolutely nothing at all.
All night sitting means I shouldn't have had the oysters.
A reference to Willie Whitelaw.
Well, let's end on a high note there.
We've had a committee sitting on sewage, but they've gone home to change their trousers.
We're going to play now Give Us a Clue. It's an old favourite, as you know, otherwise known in the old days as charade. Graeme and Barry are going to do the mime, and Tim and Willie will try and identify what they're doing.
A film, a book, and a sexual deviation.
4 words. Another 4. 8.
8. First word.
word.
Of 4 or 8.
First
part of the first word.
1 word. All together.
Yeah.
All together? Up yours. Light up yours.
Sounds like earlobe. The robe. Third word.
Little word.
Little A.
Anti-disestablishmentarian. No.
Gilly.
The A of in, nose.
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 Smells. Days of wine and roses.
Water.
Water. Sounds like huh.
Sounds like, do you want to go and read the card again?
Oh, we're doing the wrong one.
Oh. Right. Well, you win that one, then. Will you do mine now, Tim and Willie?
Yes.
5 films.
3-word film, all in one.
Television
Is that what Willie was
film.
doing?
I don't know.
Oh.
I was just waving to a lady at the back of the audience.
Come on down.
The show, isn't it?
They're not allowed to speak, Willie.
It's a television, a film, and a pair of one-size tights.
2 second word.
Second word. Armour.
First syllable of second word.
Brr. Cold.
Cold.
Chill.
Freeze.
I can't know. What are you doing at the moment?
I'm doing the
Children of a
draft.
lesser god.
I'm doing the draft from the contract.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which were you doing?
I've said it now.
Draft contract.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it.
That was the draft.
Oh, God.
We come on now to Mornington Crescent. You may remember in last week's programme we had to abandon our game of Mornington Crescent. This was because Graeme Garden used Fairlop when playing Lippmann's rules, and we discovered that it was impossible to advance any further. Well, I've now spoken to the Mornington Crescent Board of Control, and apparently they'll be issuing an amendment to the rules when they're next printed in 1988. As usual, they coincide with the Olympics. Until then, or until we can persuade the local council to rename the street, please don't use Fairlop unless you want to spoil everyone's evening. All right, teams? No Fairlop. We'll start with you, Barry Cryer.
Pall Mall.
Tooting High Street.
Are we still Littman, Humphrey?
No, we're not doing Littman.
We suspended Littman in case we
Would I made any reference to Tooting were it Lippman? Not walking into that little ambush, are we? Clever
Barking side. Excellent. Just up from Fairlock.
Fairlock.
No, we can't.
Well, if we're not playing Lippman, surely we can have
No,
Fairlock.
we suspended Fairlock. The chairman said that.
No, only under Lippman.
No,
If we're not playing Lippman, then we can do it.
No, under the
Admittedly,
committee rule.
No, it was understood. Fairlock was out.
No, I think we've had to suspend Fairlop altogether until the whole thing's clarified. Otherwise, we're going to get into trouble.
Okay.
Please.
We're quite willing to dig his own grave and have Fairlock, if that's all right with you.
No, I'm changing it now. I'm not going to do that. No, I'm getting scared now. Great Rose Street.
No, can't. Yeah. Sorry, listeners, I'm just conferring.
If Littman's out and they've suspended Fairlock.
Oh, Mornington Crescent.
Yeah.
Rubbish. No. No, you can't. Not if you...
That's right. Wasn't it right? I'll put it to the audience.
Put it to
Wasn't
the
right?
audience.
Yes.
I think money is
Sorry, I
fast
think all that Lippman's business confused you, but we'll sort that out by next time.
It's just bad losers.
Now, we're going on to a round now called Sounds Peculiar. I'm going to play in a few bizarre sound effects.
Played that.
I'm going to play some bizarre sound effects, and I want you to tell me what you think they are. We'll start with you. Here's your sound effect, Willie Rushton.
Oh, yes. That's Michael Heseltine going through a revolving door.
Here's one for you, Graeme Garden.
Marcel Marceau with a sore throat.
Or on his day off.
Must be Torval and Dean making a comeback.
Bo Derek going backwards. She could play Quasimodo if she did that, I've just realised.
Here's one for you, Brooke-Taylor.
That's a British football supporter appreciating the medieval stained glass of a European cathedral. It was a shattering glass. What was it? Machine guns. Yes, to the amused reaction of the local police.
Very good. Barry Cryer, here's one for you.
We'll keep a welcome in the hillside. We'll keep a
Neil Kinnock sitting on a fence.
Okay, we've got time for some more now. Willie Rushton, here's another one for you.
I write the songs that make the whole world sing. I write the songs that love is special thing. I write the songs that make the young girls cry. I write the songs.
Well, that was Barry Manilow, and I think he was sniffing Coke. Could have been Pepsi, but I'm uncertain.
Time for the hoot. Time for Hump's hooter.
But not
One more
long.
for you, Graeme Garden.
Could only have been Julie Walters presenting an Oscar. Possibly Sally Field accepting one.
Okay, Tim.
Oh.
Here's yours.
That's Phil Smith breakdancing. Also, could be body popping as well.
I think it's worth hearing that one again in the light of your answer. Let's hear that one again.
Give us some skin, Phil.
Okay. Right, now we've gone to the last one, and this one's for you, Barry Cryer.
Toad in the Ole.
President Mitterrand with a frog in his throat.
Well, now, during this series, we're going to be staging some contests to discover who's the strongest man here. Later on today, the teams will have to lift my car up and carry it home for me. That's because it's just been clamped. But back to the competition. Today's contest is called Squat Thrust, and we want to see how many of these painful and rather unsavory movements they can do. Because of Barry's personal problem, we're going to let him do his behind a screen. A perfect screen.
God bless you. Every day since career has been a bonus, you know.
And our lady scorer is going to accompany him.
Oh, right.
Did I tell you at home that we have a lady scorer? For 11 years now I've been trying to get a lady scorer, like all the other chairmen have, sitting next to her. And we have give her an actual round of applause. Right, Ducky, if you'll go back with Barry. Then. Right. You ready? Off you go, team. Start now.
One.
Two.
Well, that's one. Oh, the appliance.
196.
Okay.
329.
Your time's up now, team.
Very squat there, Don, but the thrust's still there.
Tim Brooke-Taylor, 32.
Looks younger.
Willie Rushton, 118.
Thank you.
Graeme Garden, trailing now at 23.
I was doing the proper.
And Barry Cryer. Now, if our lady scorer can give me Barry. You probably heard Barry say that's one. It was the only one.
Because I was trailing as well.
So the winner of that one seems to have been Willie Rushton.
Thank you.
And it's level pegging at the moment. So let's go on now to the moment when I sit back and ask the teams for their late arrivals at the Fisherman's Ball. And this was sent in, don't forget, by Mrs. Judith Brown of Abingdon.
Oh, yes.
There's a fisherman at the fisherman's ball with no fish. He must feel completely out of place.
From Germany, herring. East Germany, that is red herring.
Very welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Fish and their daughter Gilly Fish.
Is the piano all right? Yes, we've had a tuner.
Well, apparently...
I'm a bit worried he's wearing a hearing aid. Oh.
Mr. and Mrs. Dozen Oysters and their son Oliver Dozen Oysters. And his little brother half a dozen oysters.
Mr. and Mrs. Camp and their positively prehistoric grandmother, Celia Camp.
Raising the tan, there's Mr. and Mrs. Trite and their son Brian Trite.
Hitler on the roof.
Almighty Todd.
And there's Mr. and Mrs. Biggins Lately and their son Courtney Biggins Lately.
Well, I hope Judith Brown of Abingdon knows what she's done. That's the time when we say we've come to the end of this week's programme and invite you to join us again next time. Until then, from all of us, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Graeme Garden and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sells, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. And I'm sorry to say that we begin with some sad news. Graeme Garden has gone down with Hong Kong flu and is unable to be with us.
Hong Kong flow, I heard.
Price is
Actually,
reasonable, parties catered for.
It's a pity Tim didn't get it.
Oh, waspish.
I'll explain. His home, you see, is in Cookham Dean, and I could have said Hong Kong flew over the Cookham nest. No groaning. You're going to hear much worse than that in the next half hour.
You haven't got it.
Here are the teams now. We're delighted that Barry Cryer is being partnered tonight by Kenny Everett. And welcome their opponents, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. And finally, please welcome our lovely scorer, Samantha. Right, well, we start with the round double feature. And this takes its premise from the poverty of the international film industry. For economic reasons, new films will have to be remakes of pairs or groups of old films, and I want you to hear the resulting titles. And let's start with you, Barry Cryer.
Well, this is a bumper bundle, Humph. This is a combination of Morons from Outer Space, Terror in the Isles, and Revenge of the Nerds to make a new film called The Price is Right.
Willie.
Well, such have been the success of the Raj films and television series. They're doing one now. They're marrying Carry On Up the Khyber and Gandhi, and they're calling it Back Passage to India.
Hi, Kenny.
I'm not following that.
Praise the Lord.
I've got here Company of Wolves, Morons from Outer Space, and Killing Fields, which is Wolves versus Millwall.
Tim.
Ripple. Well, a combination of television programs, Thames Television, are combining Give Us a Clue with Who's Baby, and they're calling it the Cecil Parkinson story.
Any advance on those?
Dance with a Stranger and A Man Like Eva, the Lionel Blair story.
How about the Egg and I, Spellbound, and Private Function is, yes, Every Which Way But Loose.
Willie, you must have...
I just think it's The Marriage Go Round and A Hasty Heart, and the film is called Isn't It High Time Russell Harty Got Married? Well, then perhaps not.
No, perhaps not. Right, this is the point where I give the teams advance notice of the ball for which they'll be providing the announcements for the late arrivals at the end of the programme. And this week I've chosen the Beautician's Ball. The Beautician's Ball.
Oh, good.
We have a round now called Guinness Book of Records, and for this round I shall be giving our team some statistics, and I want to know what record they represent. We're going to start with you, Barry Cryer. Your statistic is 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Elizabeth Taylor's second marriage. Or a rather painful memory I'd rather not talk about.
I'd say it was a wild exaggeration. But then I wasn't there.
No.
Do you want to know the real answer?
I'm agog.
It was the time in which a Mr. Roy Dean solved the Times crossword puzzle.
How have I struggled along without knowing that?
Willie Rushton, here's your statistic. 450,000 tons.
As lost by 1985 Slimmer of the Year, Clive James.
Or you could say that it's the largest garbage dump weight.
I did.
For an extra mark on top of those 15, can you tell me where the largest garbage dump is?
House of Commons.
Well, actually, it's Staten Island. Kenny, here's your statistic. I wish I could say statistic. 1,050 dozen.
Claire Rayner's breakfast?
Last count of the Nolans.
Well, I'll tell you, it was the number of eggs shelled in one shift.
You managed to say that's all right.
Carefully, but right.
For those of you at home, that was a retake.
Samantha, 10 marks from Tim Brooke-Taylor. Tim, here's your figure. £7.13 and ninepence.
An entry in Mandy Rice Davis's diary.
For our older viewers.
What's that in new money?
Impossible. What are the true facts, Hum?
True facts. It's the cheapest film ever made. It says so.
Name it.
You don't know what the film was?
No, I don't.
Well, it was made in 1905. I would have thought you'd know. It's a film called Rescued by Rover. Made in 1905.
I went to the premiere.
Here are some record holders, and I'll throw these out to you now. Barry, first of all, what record does Barry Manilow hold?
The world's biggest Vic inhaler.
Yes, and he also achieved the fastest sellout on Broadway. Willie Rushton.
They left that quickly, didn't they?
He also fits exactly in the cockpit of Concorde.
Willie, here's one for you. What record does Aaron Spelling hold?
Aaron Spelling. I think he cured the most dyslexics in the Third Reich. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Personal friend of Hilter.
Compared with that, the real answer is terribly boring. He is the most prolific TV producer.
Good Lord.
Kenny Everett now. What record does Marlon Brando hold?
Oh, the most money for not appearing in a film.
It's very nearly right. He's the highest paid actor for any single role.
Up to this date, but my agent is working on a contract at the moment.
Tim, here's yours. What record does Ian Botham hold?
His record must be, played cricket so many years, he claims to have always kept off the grass. Which is pretty clever.
Yes. That's just very subtle, yes. He was the first to reach 2,500 runs and 250 wickets in Test cricket. And we hurry on to the next game. It's called limericks. I'm going to ask you to make up some limericks that are suitable for broadcasting.
That's a new rule, Humphrey.
I'll give you the first line, and then you take one line each. We're going to start with you, Kenny. Hooray for the venerable Bede,
who frequently scattered his seed.
Twixt altar and pew.
He would seek postures new.
And whenever it rained, cried, Godspeed.
Okay, here's one for you, Tim. The stripper's pet boa constrictor
would purr like a cat as he licked her.
Controversial stuff.
Well said, Kenny.
Barry.
He once bit her fan.
Oh, that's clean enough, anyway.
Poor innocent man.
In the back of an old Vauxhall Victor.
Right, Barry, here's your first line. The train driver told his young stoker.
Continue the motif. It's time for a game of strip poker.
It's a grand thing to do.
As you're speeding through Crewe.
And when Elsie gets on, we'll decoke her.
We'll do one more of those in the hope that it'll be fit for broadcasting.
Why not? Let's prove life isn't all fun.
Yes. Willie Rushton, here's a line for you. There was a young man from Arbroath
who was constantly plating his truth.
To girls local and foreign. Follow foreign.
He'd lift up his foreign.
Then hang upside down like a sloth. I think we should have finished with you, Tim, actually.
Many
Right,
programs
that's the end of that round. I'm going to ask the lovely Samantha what the score is.
Oh.
2, I think, if there's anything to go by.
He's leaning over the buzzers as we speak.
Willie and Tim. What's that? Willie and Tim 8.
He's in a world of his own, poor soul.
It's the first time we've had a scorer. I'm going to enjoy it.
He's reading her sideways.
Why does she seem nearer to us than we are to her? It's very strange.
Barry and Kenny 17.
Oh, Samantha.
Oh.
Come on.
No, it's all down there. It's all down there. We're going to play now the round which is wittily entitled One Song to the Tune of Another. Tim, I want you to sing I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts to the tune of We'll Keep a Welcome in the Hillside. And Colin Sell will accompany you at the piano.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, standing in a row. A big one, small one, some as big as your head. Give 'em a twist, a flick of the wrist. That's what the showman said. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of me life.
What a showstopper. Now then, Barry, you will please sing Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious to the tune of the German national anthem.
Oh. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I was only obeying orders, you understand. Even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious, if you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
never met the royal family, I tell you.
Willie Rushton.
What?
You were pleased to sing My Old Man's a Dustman to the tune of The Girl from Ipanema.
Good intro. He looks a proper nana in his great big hobnail boots. He's got such a job to pull 'em up that he calls 'em daisy roots. Oh, my old man's a dustman. He wears a dustman's hat. He wears go-blimey trousers. And he lives in a council flat. And he lives in a council flat. Oh, he looks a proper nana in his great big hobnail boots. He's got such a job to pull 'em up that he calls 'em daisy roots. That was my best bit.
Kenny Everett, we've given you an easy one as you're new to the programme. Will you sing Daisy Bell to the tune of Funiculi, Funiculi?
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage, I can't afford a credit. But you look sit upon the seat of a bicycle built for
Charity. You get an extra mark there because there was a lady in the front row singing along with you.
Fool. The attendants are removing her at this moment.
And we're going to move on now to play our regular game, Mornington Crescent. And Kenny, because you're playing this game for the first time, we're going to give you a bit of help. And just for you, and not for any of the others, Oxford Circus is wild.
Thank you.
And I think, having given you that bit of help, we'll start with you.
Beecham Place.
Brewer Street.
Old Compton Street.
Wimbledon High Street.
Oh, so it is.
Always safe there.
Wimbledon High Street.
Yes.
I challenge that.
Well, in no position to. You get on with it.
You've got a wild in. By definition, if there's a wild in there, you can't do Wimbledon
No,
High
I
Street.
don't accept the challenge. Carry on, Kenny.
West End Lane, probably.
Is that all one word? I mean,
West End Lane, probably. West 11, yes.
I
said probably, mind you.
No fun playing with amateurs. Great Marlborough Street, I suppose.
Regent Street.
Yep. Sorry, Willie.
Frith Street's all right.
Oh.
Well, that's me out. First streak on me.
Why don't you play the wild card?
Yeah, Oxford Circus.
No, give him a chance.
Mornington Crescent.
Oh, I think that was pretty shabby when Kenny hasn't played it before.
Yeah, quite.
I think you're looking very smug now, but going straight in after the first wild.
He played it to the third round, that's the point.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's no room for sentiment in this game.
No.
So. Jim's
Obviously.
the winner on that one, and the scores are now level pegging. We go on to a new round called Lies, All Lies. I'm going to give a team member a subject, and he must try to lie about it for a minute. And if he tells the truth, he can be challenged, and the challenger must then take over. And this is an individual game. This isn't a team game, so anybody can challenge. We're going to begin with you, Willie, and your subject is breakfast TV.
All anybody doesn't want to know about breakfast television is what does Selina Scott do in her spare time? I can reveal. She has for 15 years been married to Russell Grant, by whom she has had 12 children. He has
and is a member of the SS. No, what?
Russell does have 12 children, and they're all inside him.
That was a dubious challenge there from Kenny. So, Willie, will you continue?
What fun it is to look down the front of Anna Ford's frock. No, how disgusting it is to look down the front.
I don't know.
Sorry,
I don't know about Willie. Yes.
Yes, that was the truth. Yes, so. Kenny, will you carry on telling lies about breakfast TV?
It's on at night, and it's very, very good. And they talk about really important things for very short intervals of time, and the weather's always right.
That's true. They only talk about important things for a very short time.
Except Mole and Rat.
That's true. But as you haven't had a turn, Barry, can you tell us some lies about breakfast TV?
Everybody wants there to be much more breakfast television. 2 channels are not enough. People are saying Channel 4 should be on at 2 a.m. BBC 2 should have James Burke on, as opposed to James Burke. And James Burkon's my butcher. You wouldn't know him, but he's wonderfully entertaining, and he could do, a giblet for Europe. And
Barry has managed to lie for a minute. In fact, he lied for about 6 minutes, but you're the winner of that round. And such a success was that one that we're going to do another. We're going to start with you, Barry, and we're going to ask you to lie, if you can, for a minute about the Sun newspaper.
This much
challenge from Tim.
That's a lie in the first place. You can hardly call the Sun a newspaper.
This fine minority appeal newspaper, struggling along, appealing to a little coterie of intellectuals and devotees of minority interests, is one of my favourite publications.
Challenge from Tim. That's true, yes.
Damn, you found the loophole.
Yeah, I'll accept that, yeah. Tim.
Willie.
Willie, yeah, you have a go.
Rupert Murdoch is not Australian, despite all the evidence of the contrary. He comes, like Robert Maxwell, from Transylvania.
Vampires don't like mirrors.
In blood! Yes, that round goes to Barry. We're going to play a game now called Hide and Seek. And we've played this on the programme before, but this week we're going to play it in a slightly different way. It's going to be the audience's turn to hide.
Weren't you praying for this?
You mean the audience here as opposed to our listening public?
Yes. People can join in at home if they wish.
Good.
I'm going to count up to 10, during which time you must hide, and then on the count of 10, the teams will start to try and look for you. Ready? Off you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Coming, ready or not.
Off you go, teams.
Have you looked? Look in that flower pot. Look in that flower pot.
If we keep very quiet, we may hear where they are. Oh, they're over there.
Shh, listen. Okay, don't listen.
I think they're in the piano. Either that or Colin's been again.
Well, as nobody managed to find them, we're going to have to call that game off because, as you know, this programme has limited time and we have to hurry along to invite our teams to introduce the late arrivals at the Beautician's Ball. This is open for anybody. I'm going to just sit here and enjoy it.
Can the audience join in this one as well?
When they get back, yes. Mr. and Mrs. Slift and their daughter Faye. Slift.
Sir Pierce Dears.
Will you welcome, please, that well-known Welsh barber, Dye the Hair?
Not to mention
well,
Mr. and Mrs. Schiller and their daughter Faye.
My word, they don't come out often.
So we've heard, Willie.
Here are the Cone Tits and their daughter Celia Cone Tits.
Don't think you're allowed to say cone, are you?
Oh. There's Sid Pencil. He was on Mastermind. We know him as the highbrow pencil. And his friend, who's a pleasant plucker. Oh, there's that spiritualist osteopath who believes the medium is the massage.
And that well-known German beautician, hair conditioner. Mr. and Mrs. Green and their daughter Sylvia Green.
Their agent manicure.
The removals have just arrived. Their extremely rude son, very coarse Vince removal.
Oh, look, here comes Betty Wears-a-Wig.
Please welcome Mr. and Mrs. Spots Clear Up and their daughter Wilma Spots Clear Up.
Yes, the well-known hairdresser Unisex. Once gave a hen a rinse and a duck a bath. I'm ready, take me.
You're on your own, Barry.
Oh, I'm lacquered. No.
We've now run out of time, ladies and gentlemen, regrettably, so until next time, from all of us, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Kenny Everett and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello again. Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. This week we can promise you another close contest between two evenly matched teams. They're both useless. Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. Kenny Everett and Barry Cryer on my left. And our scorer, Samantha, of course, on my right-hand side. We're going to start with a game called Word for Word. In this round, one of the members of a team says a word, and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. The other team may challenge and try and prove a connection. Rules absolutely clear? Okay, well, we'll start with you. Tim.
Sunbeam.
Gin.
Rubber.
Lozenge.
Goose pimples.
Challenge from Barry.
There are lozenges for the treatment of goose pimples.
You're right.
They are, because
You're
they
right.
go concave, they go in. As you take the lozenge.
Yes, I'll accept that. So will
Goose
you take it up
pimple
with the word?
lozenges, I mean, that's
All right,
pathetic.
Barry, I've accepted it. Will you
Okay,
take
I'm sorry.
Word of your own, please.
Gargoyle.
Loin.
Splint.
Challenge there.
I hoped I wouldn't have to say this. The medical profession isn't up to much. Viz, they gave me a Very pistol with my suppositories, but the loins and the splint, I'm afraid I have been able to combine previously. Doctor,
Yes, I'll accept that.
a loin splint is not unknown.
No. Every day since Korea's been a bonus, hasn't it?
Okay. Take it up then, Willie.
Oh, sprat.
Wasp.
Challenge there from Kenny.
There is a connection between the two, but I'm not allowed to reveal it. My brain is a member of the Masons.
Never seen anybody pull a trouser leg over their head before.
I don't really think I can. I sympathise, but I don't think I can accept
You sympathise with the Masons? Is this?
I sympathise with Kenny Everett, and I'll go no further than that.
Yeah, but it's obvious why, isn't it? But I won't pursue this.
Carry on, Tim.
Escapologist.
Tramline.
Collywog.
Challenge there from Kenny Everett.
An escapologist could be chained to a tram line.
Oh.
Yes.
That is true.
Excellent.
Yeah. So it's you to take it up, Kenny, quickly.
Was that the word?
Yes.
Oh, right. Steer.
Nothing there, Tim, I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
No. Did you challenge?
No,
Somebody challenged.
no.
Kenny, you challenged.
Bum and steer, nothing rings a
There's a
bell
nervous
there.
tick. Kenny challenged himself, and I want to take it up.
I would
quickly.
like to say that... Oh, take it
Your
up.
turn.
Foreplay.
Lamp.
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
Oh, we both buzzed on that. I think Kenny and I knew what...
Not for the first time.
What is your challenge, Barry?
The connection between foreplay...
A lamp and an escapologist.
Oh, pint of lager and a rub down, please. The connection between foreplay and lamp is clearly defined.
I've lost the will to live
this
again.
rather soiled book I've got at home, which I know you've read, Willie, because
The
I've
dirty
seen
version of Aladdin.
If you rub the lamp, what happens? That's what I want.
You're far too young, Tim.
And with Barry Cryer a clear winner, we go on to the point where I announce the late arrivals for the ball for which the teams will be providing announcements at the end of the programme. This week, the ball's been chosen by our absent regular team member, Graeme Garden, and it's the Gambler's Ball. The Gambler's Ball. And we go on to a game called Translations. I'm going to give each team member an obscure foreign phrase and ask him to translate it and give its derivation. 2 points for each correct answer, 10 points for each wrong one. And Barry, we're going to start with you. A little bit of French coming up for you. Hors de saison.
a young lady of 16.
Excellent, yes. I'm not sure how to pronounce this one for you, Willie, but we'll call it Mi Casa, Tu Casa.
My house has 2 lavatories.
Kenny, a short and sharp one for you, Kenny. Aloha.
Hello is an asthmatic policeman's greeting.
Tim, here's one. This is not a terribly obscure phrase, but it's very hard to pronounce. Many a mickle makes a muckle.
It's a racist one, this. Manny a Mickle, which is that well-known Jewish Irishman. Manny is a Mickle, or a mac a muckle of the job. And it's a racist saying, so I'm told.
Yes. And for that reason, you're totally disqualified from that round. But I will ask if any of you have got any further phrases which you'd like to translate for our edification.
Tant pis, tant mieux. Auntie's been to the bathroom and she's feeling much better now.
Spaghetti carbonara, my dinner's on fire.
Corps de ballet, I always thought was the sound an audience made at the ballet when one of the male dancers leapt on with those ludicrous tights filled with looks like the Dome of St. Paul's. You know? And the whole audience goes, but that's only a guess.
It's the one that always comes up in German, when German soldiers appear in films, they go, Handy hoch, which means the white wine is at your elbow.
Right, well, we've gone now to the ad-lib poem. And this is one of my favourite rounds, because I can use the buzzer on my right here. And I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue until I buzz them, which goes like that. And the next person then continues, and the first line that I'm going to give you is going to go to you, Tim Brooke-Taylor, because I know you love this round. And here's your first line. I thought I saw a pachyderm a-creeping up on me. I thought I saw a pachyderm
As plain could be. It was a pachyderm I saw, just by my right hand. It had one hump, or maybe two. This poem is not scanned. It had two, I fear. Or is it three or more?
What? And yet it was an elephant. I thought, oh crikes, oh law. This elephant seems to have three humps. This cannot be the norm. Hello there, elephant, I said. Are you all nice and warm? He said, don't you nice and warm me. I've had an attack of humps.
Willie?
That's not three humps at all, he said. That's Bo Derek with mumps.
Excellent, excellent. Now we go on to a game called Just a Minute. This is a musical round in which the team members attempt to sing a song for a minute without hesitation, repetition, or deviation. Our song now is Pa. And we'll start with you, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Pa, father, Lom, pater, Daddy, that's how it goes. Plom, grandfather's son, mother's husband, plum, dad, da. Everyone knows. They all suppose what they want to think when they hear plan. Great-grandfather's grandson, great-great-great-grandfather's great-great.
Challenge from Kenny.
2 greats.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Wish you could say the same of your team.
Kenny, will you take up the song?
Yes, I will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Grandfather.
Challenge from Tim.
Clock deviation.
In what way?
You can see what he's doing.
Also,
No, we're going to go on to another song now, because Kenny won that one. Big round of applause for Kenny. And our second song now, with which you can start, Kenny, as you won that last one, is It's a Long Way to Tipperary.
Right. It's a long way to Tipperary, a truly amazing far distance to leap. When you've been all over the way to this certain town, ladies and gentlemen, to the sweetest girl I knew, ta-ta, Piccadilly, see you later, Leicester Square.
Morning from Crescent.
Yes. Well done, Willie.
You swine.
We've got a round now that is called Complete Speeches. For this next round, we're going to play some extracts from famous speeches. We're going to ask the teams to complete them one at a time. 1 mark for a correct answer. And we're going to go to you, Kenny, first of all. And here's a speech from Edward Kennedy.
My fellow Democrats and my fellow Americans, I have come here tonight
To swim a couple of lengths for charity.
Okay, Tim, here's a speech by Neil Kinnock.
I think my son's verdict on all these matters is probably the most perceptive. Dad, he said to me several weeks ago, I really would like someone like you to be leader of the Labour Party.
That's because I'm a Tory, Dad.
Right, Barry Cryer, for you now we have a speech by the Foreign Minister of South Africa, Piek Botha.
South Africa is a free country where the press is free.
The rack is free. The thumb screws are free. But the Iron Maiden's at home with Dennis.
And for Willie Rushton, we have an oration, the only word for it, from Ian Paisley.
And people right across the whole province, high and low, rich and poor, middle classes, working classes, and the upper classes, have all been saying to me, "What?"
Oh, let's have another round of that. That's good.
Diction.
Kenny Everett, over to you again to complete this speech by Michael Heseltine.
You don't go around expecting people to squirt paint over you, and so it does have a sort of momentary shock, but I don't think it has more than that.
In any way, Margaret apologised.
And some people think it's a flak jacket.
Tim, with
Hello.
that bonus point, unattained, we go on to complete a speech by Freddie Laker.
I can tell you that hundreds and thousands of pounds are poured into this office with nice people, old age pensioners, children that have sent money in here to try and help me. And all I can say
is there's one born every minute. Sorry, Freddie. Hoping for free
Okay,
flight.
Barry, here's a speech for you by David Steele.
If you have actually gone in and knelt on the stool and taken the oath and kissed the sovereign's hand and all that,
You find yourself saying, Jeremy, why do I have to do all this?
Once again, something inspiring for you, Willie Rushton. This
yes.
is a speech by John Selwyn Gummer at the Tory conference.
Oh! Now, we've got work to do. We must turn those voters into members.
Or vice versa, like
Well, according to the delectable Samantha, the scores are Tim and Willie 408, and Barry and Kenny. Now, sounds Using only the immense versatility of their voices, each team will now in turn give us a charade of a play, film, bit of music, a picture, a book, or whatever. The other team will then have to guess what it is or why they bothered to do it. And the answer will go up on our electronic scoreboard here in the studio. While for you at home, a mystery voice will reveal all.
Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf.
And this is your charade, Kenny and Barry.
It's a book.
Could you tell us the name of the book?
Later.
Are you doing it in syllables?
We'll
or
do it all
once?
in one.
All
We're
in
going
one.
to do it all in one.
Okay, away you go.
Sorry, fair enough. 2 words. Book.
Book's one word.
Carry on, Barry.
Right.
Oh, it's ever so dark and cold down here.
Well, it's been so long, hasn't it? I mean, that's all over now. We're back here again.
Yeah. Are you seamstress?
I haven't looked. I can't get so mucky down here. Can't even tell whether my mascara's run or not. It's awful. Awful. The end.
Coal miner's daughter. Yeah. Coal miner's son, it sounded like.
Fiddler on the Puff.
Campery?
Oh. Campery and soda.
Seamstress.
It's ever so dark down here.
Don't help.
Oh,
Ah,
sorry.
yes, I know. Mein Kampf.
So, Tim and Willie, you've got to do a charade now, and the name of it is going up on our board, and here's the mystery voice to tell you at home.
The Cane Mutiny. The Cane Mutiny.
What is it you're going to do, Tim?
Go home. We're going to do a book, play, and film. And it's 3 words.
And it's all at once.
It's all at once. Not a lot of people know that I left the country, not because I didn't want to pay the... Well, I didn't want to pay the tax. I'd love to be in this country. I really would love to be in this country.
The general feeling on the poop was it was a damn good idea.
Well, but I'm an Englishman, and my heart is here, and I'd like to live here.
Well, I wish your heart was somewhere else, quite frankly, and so do all of us.
Look, you're giving me trouble, mate.
Yes.
Ah, that's a clue.
That's quite sufficient,
I think so, yeah.
But it was getting very interesting. I was enjoying it.
Yeah.
Willie was getting stroppy while sitting on a chocolate bar. Mutiny on the Bounty.
Oh. Bounty's right.
Mutinies on Wednesdays and Saturdays? No. Wait a minute. Not a lot of people know that.
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine.
The
We're
Caine
teasing.
Mutiny!
The Caine Mutiny! Toying with you.
Audience here is clearly astounded with your brilliance. And we're going to get you to do another charade, Kenny and Barry. Here it is going up on the electronic scoreboard. And here's the mystery voice to tell you at home.
The Planet's Suite. The Planet's Suite.
Right, what is it you're going to do?
We thought we'd go for a departure here in sound charades. This is music.
Carry on.
We're doing it all in one.
Hey, Barry.
Yeah?
What's that you're eating then?
A Mars bar.
I'm not very good on the Rolling Stones. You know,
I'm just...
Holst. The thing,
Mars,
planet,
planet,
chocolate, sweet.
Excellent. Excellent.
Mars is making eyes at me, I thought.
Very good. Now, get ready for your story, for your charade, Tim and Willie. Here it is going up on the board, and here's the mystery voice to tell you.
The Never-Ending Story. The Never-Ending Story.
Okay, now what is it?
This is a book and a film.
Right, doing it all in one?
How many words?
All in one. 27. That's a lie, but it gives us a vague start.
4 would be closer.
4. Book and film.
Yes. And they lived happily ever after.
No, they didn't, in fact. The wolf actually got up again and leapt on top of them.
And then they lived happily ever after?
No, they didn't live happily ever after, but the elephant got better.
So, children, the elephant lived happily ever after.
No, he lived happily ever after, but it sort of trod on them, so that didn't they didn't live happily ever after the elephant had trodden on them.
Roll the credits, would you?
No, it's not actually time for the credits yet, because we've got part 2 yet.
I see.
And, nauseam.
Sounds like the never-ending story.
It was the costumes that gave it away.
Samantha, if you can tell us the score. Show us the score now. That puts Kenny Everett in the lead. And Barry Cryer with an awful lot to do. At this point, I'd better correct a score which was given in last week's game of Stump. You may remember that Graeme won with a suit clearance in spades. And in fact, though, he shouldn't have been able to rough Willie's deuce because his 5 slam was in hock. This means that when we pick up the game next week, Tim will be leading with 4 straights and 3 flush stumps, and Graeme will owe £18. I'd like to thank the many listeners who wrote in to point out this rather obvious mistake. I'm very sorry, although not as sorry as Graeme. So here we come to the point, having got that straight, where I asked the teams to announce the late arrivals at the Gamblers' Ball, which was suggested for their amusement by Graeme Garden himself.
Oh, bless him. Mr. and Mrs. Cards with their children Kerry Packer and Mary Decker.
Ladies and gentlemen, here he comes, Mr. Bernard Cribbage.
Please would you give a welcome to that nymphomaniac race car on a certainty?
It's cabaret time. Will you welcome Bert Baccarat, Shemmy Davis, Paul Banker,
and Miss Roulette Linsker.
All the way from Scotland, will you welcome Andy Cap, Jockey Club, and Stewart's Enquiry, which was caused by his friend Duncan Disorderly.
Would you welcome, please, that well-known Dickensian pontoon player, Oliver Twist?
The ambidextrous rake has just arrived. Couple of bob each way.
He's just left that card game and gone over to join the crap game. He's just said, hold my hand, I'm a stranger with a pair of dice.
You do realise crap shooting's out of season?
Have you heard me work?
Two friends, Betty Will and Betty Won't. Would you welcome, please, Eve Ann Money? She's very popular. In fact, she's Eve Ann's favourite. Eve Ann's oh, yes.
Ah, here comes Favourite.
She won't be here for long.
At which point, with Samantha informing me that the scores are delicately poised.
And so is she.
We've come to the end of tonight's programme, so join us again next time. Until then, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Kenny Everett and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. And this week I can promise you another great battle of wits. This week it's between Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer on my left. And also please welcome our charming pneumatic scorer, Samantha.
Oh. Different dress every programme. It's wonderful.
Here we have a round called crossbreeding. We're going to play a scientific round. It's called crossbreeding, as I've just said, and I shall want our 4 geneticists to put their heads together, preferably on the same neck, and come up with suggestions for some new hybrid creatures. Some new hybrid creatures.
Or some new teeth.
Who's going to start?
Well, if you crossbred Terry Wogan and Hitler, you get someone who invades Poland 3 times a week.
If you crossed a hairdresser with Ian Botham, you get a clip joint.
Were you to cross the Home Secretary and Eric Morley, you get today Leon Britain, tomorrow Miss World.
It struck me that if you again crossed Terry Wogan with a parrot, you'd get Henry Kelly.
Oh, you bitch.
If you crossed Oliver Reed with a block of wood, it'd be incest.
What a coincidence that he's in the audience.
I'm not.
I'm just going to cross a yellow-breasted tit and Sir Geoffrey Howe, and you'd have a double-breasted tit.
Cross Margaret Thatcher at your peril. Cross a length of tartan with a bag of flour and you get a self-raising kilt.
Donald Sinden with a hen and you get ham and eggs.
If you crossed Lord Gowrie and a warthog, you get an Arts Council grunt.
Okay, we'll go on to the point where I give our teams advance notice of the ball for which they'll be announcing late arrivals at the end of the programme. This week I've chosen Embassies, the Embassies ball. Here's a round called Loose Ends, and I shall give our teams some objects, and I want to know what the connection is between them. We're going to start with you, Tim and Willie. Will you give me the connection between bacon and eggs?
Easy. Tim?
Bacon.
Now, in acting circles, it is bad luck to say Hamlet.
It is.
If you say Hamlet, you have to be turned round 3 times in your dressing room and whistle extracts from Macbeth.
So instead of saying Hamlet...
Hamlet was written by Sir Francis Bacon.
And instead of saying Hamlet, you say Omelette, Prince of Denmark.
Yes. Or eggs for short.
Eggs for short, yes.
That's what we say.
Yes.
I'm appearing in eggs next week in Stockton-on-Tees, you say.
Yes. So we reckon we've found a connection.
You cracked it.
Yes. Oh, very much in the spirit of things tonight.
Oh, yeah. A little yoke from the chairman.
Give me a mark, Samantha. Right. Graeme and Barry, I want you to give me the connection between dynasty and dung.
Pass.
Pass what?
Enough. Joan Collins.
Oh, well done.
Joan Collins.
Tom
is
Collins.
A drink.
Joan Collins, associated with a drink, and indeed is Tom Collins.
Yes.
But what are the drinks? Bells.
Bells.
What do they sound like? Dung.
Yeah. Joan and Tom, lovely couple.
Yes.
Bells. Dung.
Dung.
That's it.
Case for the defence rests.
Right. Tim and Willie, you do another one now, because you've got no opposition at the moment. Fish and chips.
Michael Fish.
Michael Fish.
Michael Fish. Weather.
Chips, computers, fairly recent computerization of the weather.
Silicon. Silicon chips. That's
Michael
where,
Fish had silicone tips.
That's where
Silicone chips.
Which gets us back to Joan Collins.
Fish and Joan Collins and chips.
Graeme and Barry, a chance to redeem yourselves now. What is the connection between little and large?
Graeme and Barry, really. No, that's...
No, that can't be right. I think we were nearer to it with Joan Collins.
I've never been near to it with Joan Collins.
You stand alone.
Exactly. Where are we going?
I don't think we can find a connection.
I don't know.
I think we're going to have to throw in the
Yes,
towel.
it's flowing like Vaseline at the moment.
It's the first interlude on radio you've just been listening.
I believe it's known technically as dead air.
Or Bruce Forsyth.
Okay, well, I have to award that round to Graeme and Barry for their ingenuity. And go on to the next round, which is called Excuses. It's based on the game so popular with married couples, Where the Hell Have You Been? It's Gone Midnight. Someone I'm about to nominate will ask a searching question. The next person will make an excuse. The next will follow that excuse, and so on until I press the buzzer. And you better, those of you listening at home, always like to hear what the buzzer sounds like. There you are. And we're going to start with Graeme.
Right. I accuse. What are you doing in the bath with my wife?
The breaststroke.
But she can't swim.
She can now.
Yes, but why are you holding her like that?
Because if I held her like this, you'd complain.
Hold hard, Silvertongue. Why has she got that big grin on her face?
I'm teaching her synchronized swimming.
Wait a minute. What is that?
Oh, I don't think you've met Duncan Goodhue.
Well done, Tim. You can start the next one.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing with that stocking over your head?
I'm going to a fancy dress party as Leon Britton.
Why then, sir, are you holding that gun?
Well, I look so like Leon Britton that I'm thinking of shooting myself.
Why then, if I may ask, are you carrying that bag marked swag?
S-W-A-G, those are my initials.
Might I just jot down your full name?
My full name is Selwyn Whoops-a-Daisy Gummer.
You don't look like the chairman of the Conservative Party to me, sir.
Flattery will get you nowhere,
And Barry, having leapt into the lead, takes the game up now. Where you go, Barry?
Excuse me, sir. Here I am again. Funny old world, isn't it? Why are you walking round this park, opening your raincoat to passers-by?
I am a raincoat salesman, demonstrating my wares, the easy opening Acme raincoat.
But you have got no clothes on under that raincoat.
That is because I am a naughty raincoat salesman.
You're a very naughty raincoat salesman, sir. Why, sir, have several women fallen down in a swoon?
They would not have been overcome by the heat had they been wearing the easy opening Acme raincoat.
Wait a minute.
What now?
What's that?
Oh, I don't think you've ever met Duncan, could you?
It's time to check up on our score with Samantha.
Oh, bless her.
Oh, what?
One each, eh?
She's taking a bit of a time. It'd be quicker if you wrote it down instead of counting on your fingers, ducky. Anyway, we'll let you know the score in a few moments. We go on to the round called the Bad-Tempered Clavier. The aim of this round is to see how much of a song a team can sing when accompanied by a pianist who is tone-deaf and incompetent. In other words, Colin Sell. Tim and Willie, it's your turn first. You will sing 76 Trombones.
"76 trombones laid the big parade, with 110 cornets close at hand. They were followed by rows and rows of the finest virtuosos, the cream of every famous band. 76 trombones caught the morning sun, with 110 cornets right behind. There were more than 1,000 reeds ringing up like weeds. There were horns of every shape and kind. Of the one to the symphony and the horse platoons, thundering, thundering all along the way. Double bell euphoniums and big bassoons. Each bassoon and the band say there were 50 mounted cannon in the battery. Thundering, thundering louder than before. Clarinets of every size and trumpeters who improvise a full octave higher than the score. The most comfortable I've ever felt with playing on the piano.
Luxembourg, un point.
Thank God we got Les Dawson next week. Graeme and Barry, now, will you please sing the one-note samba?
Still they have a samba with a simple melody. Just a single note is sounded and repeated constantly. Well, my love is like that samba with that simple melody. Just one single steady feeling that's repeated constantly. That's the way my love is, like the sunshine above is ever burning a constant fire. I will leave you never, for I know that you'll forever be returning my great desire. So my single note's a symbol of the love I have for you, and my single note's repeated, for my love is constant too. Yes, if ever I should leave you, I would cry a while and then I'd return to you, my true love, and my single note again. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Barry Cryer cheated there by putting his fingers in his ears. So they don't, Graeme and Barry don't win by quite the margin that they would have done. Samantha's got the scores now.
She's always scoring.
They appear to be Graeme and Barry 8. We're going on now to the favourite round of everybody's except mine. This one's called tag wrestling. I'm going to give each team the payoff of a story, and I shall then start one of you off telling a story to fit your punchline. Then, when I feel like it, I shall press my buzzer, and a member from the opposing team will have to take up that story, but make it fit his punchline, or hers. Right. Barry and Graeme, here's your punchline. And the Prime Minister and the Bishop lived happily ever after. Got that? Meanwhile, Tim and Willie, here's your punchline. The hippopotamus sat on the bishop and flattened his cassock. Okay, you've had longest to think, Graeme and Barry, so will you start towards your punchline now, please?
I love you, Maggie, said the bishop. Why don't we run away together? That's a good idea, she said. And the Prime Minister and the bishop... Oh.
However, for the first time in our life, she changed her mind. No U-turn did she do. Instead, she said, "Hi, you, Bishop, to the zoo." And the Bishop, he did. And he thought, I will see the hippopotami.
And he thought, there must be more to life than this, and his thoughts went back to Downing Street and the fair-haired goddess who awaited him there. He jumped into a cab and went
to Downing Street, where the most appalling assassination attempt was being made on the Prime Minister. Hippopotamuses were to be parachuted in a low-flying glider by Libyans. And they were. Slowly they floated down towards Downing Street at the very moment.
At that very moment, the bishop, sensing what was about to happen, bundled the Prime Minister into a fast-moving taxi, and the pair of them scampered out of London town.
However, he failed to tell the Bishop of Durham of his plans, who was also at 10 Downing Street at the time, ironing his cassock. Fortunately, this hippopotamus floated gently down on his parachute, sat on the Bishop and flattened his hat.
We wish to apologise for an error in the last news bulletin. The Bishop of Durham had made his escape as the hippopotamus landed, and was e'en now in his Sinclair C5 speeding after the retreating back of the, well, toddling after.
As everyone knows, the C5 is a sitting duck for a falling hippopotamus. And it was no small wonder that the hippopotamus sat on the bishop and flattened his cassock.
Yes, that round goes to Willie there. And funnily enough, we have a round now which is called Swallowing the Sinclair C5. It's another round in our contest to find the strangest man here. Sorry, that should mean the strongest man here. I think I was right the first time. Anyway, their task is to eat a Sinclair C5. Will you start to eat, teams, now?
Can I take out Clive Sinclair, who is sitting in mine, for publicity purposes?
Too late.
The best bit.
But indigestible. Oh, I've got a wheel stuck to my chin.
salt.
Oh, yes.
Finished, Hump.
All these packages.
As long as I left
Willie
it
Rushton,
reversed, I should be all right in the morning.
There's a little bit left for Mr. Manners, I can see there, but we'll
Lots
allow
of the
that.
likes of them.
No, Willie Rushton's the winner.
Thank you.
And he's roaring away. Willie Rushton's roaring away with this week's contest. Now, you've probably seen the television program Call My Bluff. Well, we have an entertaining version of that game, and I shall want our team members now to define a word which I'll give them. I shall then guess which is the true definition. Already, teams, your word is politician. Politician. Let me hear your definition, Barry Cryer.
It's Russian. Russian in origin. It's actually pronounced Politician. You see those members of the Politburo on the May Day parade, and they're looking very impassive. They've already died, but they still review the May Day parade in what we apparently think on our television sets is Red Square, but is actually a huge B-Jam centre. And they're removed immediately after the parade, taken downstairs to the great freezer, and replaced by another Russian leader, usually bearing a label, best before 1987. And that is the origin, Politician, a dead Russian.
Willie Rushton, what about your definition?
This is an English phrase that dates back to the heyday of empire. It was actually a necessary qualification for those who sought work behind the bar in any British club or mess in the Far East. It was politation. It became over the years slurred, like Rotten Row, Rue de Roy, if you met at Raffles Bar, the Snug of the Peninsula, Chota Pegs, Gins and Tonics. It became politation, it became politician.
Okay, Graeme, what about yours?
The parrot is not one of nature's gaudy dressers, as unscrupulous pet dealers would have us believe. In fact, most parrots are actually rather dull, grey or dun in colour. And so the habit grew up of dyeing them in many colours by these people who were sort of beauticians who work on parrots and are known as politicians. A politician is somebody who makes a dyed parrot.
Okay. Right, Tim.
A politician, in the dictionary you'll find, is a liar, a fake, two-timing, double-crossing hypocrite and lover of nude women. The word comes to us from Venice. Poly is, of course, the Greek, meaning many. Titian, painter of nude women. And the Venetians used to use the word because there were a usually large amount of fake Titians, and they were known on the Rialto as politicians. It's also a snub-nosed toad.
Right, well, we've got four definitions there. There's the Politburo and the Kremlin on ice. There's sort of imperial job qualification. There's the people who dye parrots. And there's Tim's, which sounded very, very convincing, which leads me to think that it might be a bluff. I think that it's the politation. I think you're telling the truth, Willie Rushton. Will you show your card?
Oh, look, yeah.
Who would have thought it?
Who would have thought that?
So can I see now, who gave the correct definition? Well, I never. Now then, we're going on. We're going on to the pick-up song. In this round, one team starts singing a song and then stops on a word in the lyric, and the opposing team must then take up that word or the last syllable of that word and sing a different song starting with that word. Fascinating. So we'll start with your team, Barry and Graeme.
Summertime and the living is easy. Fish are jumping.
Willie.
Summertime flash!
Go on.
Finished.
Oh, you finished.
Flash.
Graeme.
Flash, bang, wallop, what a picture. Click, what a picture. What a photograph.
Graph. Graph. The green graph of home.
Yes, I think I'll accept that.
Green graph.
Home.
Home on the range.
Home.
Up to antelope.
Home on the range. Where the deer and the antelope.
Lope. We're just saying
Ope. Land of antelope and glory.
Mother of the free.
Very good, yeah. Graeme, free is your
born free. Can't remember.
Free as the wind blows.
Can't remember the next line.
Don't bother.
Blows the wind merrily. No.
Southerly.
Blows the wind southerly.
Let me tell you, listening at home, the half-time score is Graeme and Barry 3, Tim and Willie 8.
Southerly 6 trombone.
And that masterly blow from Barry there reverses the scores. It's now Barry and Graeme 8 and Willie and Tim 3. And we go on now to where I sit back and ask the teams to introduce the late arrivals at the Embassy's ball. Who's going to start?
There's the Russian trade attaché who's... Attaché?
He's a
I bought one of those the other day. Russian trade attaché who's under investigation, Vladimir Gotnikt.
Also, will you welcome, please, His Excellency, the Russian Ambassador, Comrade GB, and his wife, KGB, known to her friends as the diplomatic bag.
Have we got that over? Anybody want a diplomatic fag? Consulate or embassy, it doesn't matter.
And would you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Terry Attaché and their daughter, Millie Terry Attaché.
There's the drunken guitar-playing Spanish delegate, Zigovia Carpet.
Here come the matter communities and their insane son Dippy Lou matter community.
Could you please lower yourself in obeisance for a visitor from the Indian continent, the beturbaned Sikh asylum?
From Africa, would you welcome Mr. and Mrs. Barbwe and their son Zimbabwe.
Mr. and Mrs. Mind your P's and Q's, please, and their diplomatic advisor son, William, mind your P's and Q's.
Oh, there's Miss Indonesia, known to us all affectionately as the legation, and Miss America, the diplomatic boob.
There's Antigua and Barbados.
There's the Greek ambassador who's arrived by outboard motor.
Yes.
Spiros Stasinoppa.
It's my job on these occasions to bring the programme to an end before the teams actually disappear from view. So it's goodbye from all of them and from me. Till next time.
Barry Pryor, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Graeme Garden and Willie Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. I'm sorry I haven't a clue. The antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello again and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. Sad to say, this is the last time in this series that I'll be assisted by Colin at the piano. Apparently he's managed to find himself a more rewarding job. Wish I could. Anyway, please try and welcome Graeme Garden and Barry Pryor on my left. And Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. Not forgetting, of course, the person you've all come to see, our lovely scorer, Samantha.
Jelly on a plate.
I have to tell you that last week Samantha signed more autographs than all our panellists put together.
when she could reach the book.
This week she hopes to sign another one. Anyway. And we go into a game called Initials. I'm going to read each team some initials, and they must tell me what they think they stand for. That's the initials, not the team. Anyone who gets the right answer will have marks deducted for being boring. Willie Rushton.
Yes.
Here are your initials. C-O-P-E-C. Kopek. C-O-P-E-C.
I always thought it was W-R.
Colin on piano empties concert hall.
Very good.
Not
the real
yet.
answer to that is Christian Order of Politics, Economics and Citizenship.
Oh.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Graeme, your initials are N-P-F-A. N-P-F-A.
N-P-F-A. Nicholas Parsons. Need I go on?
And actually you've managed to go straight to the right answer. So we go on with you, Tim. No, actually, there is an alternative to that one. It's the National Playing Fields Association, of course.
Oh.
Tim, your initials are CPRE.
Cecil Parkinson. Watch the lawyers. Cecil Parkinson, R.E., retires early.
Or, of course, the Council for the Preservation of Rural England.
Of course. Actually,
Yes.
I'm a member of that. I should
Very
have known
close
that.
to
I
Cecil's
apologise.
heart as well.
Barry Cry, here are your initials. M-R-C-O-G, Murukog. M-R-C-O-G.
M-R-C-O-G. Marinate Ronnie Corbett over gas.
Not
Serve
sure
small
whether
portions.
The answer is the member of the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. So you were right. Willie Rushton. Another round now. Willie Rushton. Here's some more for you. M-S-U-L.
M-S-U-L. Marks and Spencer's underwear leaks.
So much for prayers to St. Michael.
Yes, it could be the medical schools of the University of London.
flimsy
Graeme,
player.
here's some long initials for you. L-W-O-S-T. L-W-O-S-T.
Not so much long initials, just a lot of them. L-W-O-S-T. Lloyd Webber. Orchestrated. Sings treble.
You'll be delighted to hear that it really stands for Low Water Ordinary Spring Tides.
You learn a lot on this.
Yeah, we do. We do indeed.
People walk out saying it's taught me a lesson.
Tim, how about this one? RNA.
Royal Nazi Association. Oh, the very, very small memberships. Nobody's joined. Absolutely nobody, in my opinion, is a member of that.
You'll be relieved, no doubt, to know that it really stands for ribonucleic acid. And Barry, here's one for you. BQMS. BQMS.
BQMS. Beware the Queen Mother's socks.
It could be Berry Quasimodo standing.
Bonus point there for Willie Rushton, which puts him in the lead. And at this point, I give our teams advance notice that at the end of the programme, I'll be asking them to announce the late arrivals at the... Well, we've actually had one sent in here, because you know, listeners are invited to send in suggestions for these games. And a very big fan of the programme, Michael Grade, has sent in this one. Late arrivals at the Mortician's Ball. Mortician's Ball.
Dead easy.
We're going on now to the round where we ask the teams to sing the blues. Very popular round, this is. Each team has to improvise a blues, with the members of each team taking alternate lines, and assistance is provided, of course, at the piano by Colin Sell.
Assistant?
I'm going to ask Graeme and Barry to give Tim and Willie a subject for their blues.
A good bluesy type subject this week, yeah.
Bertrand Russell leaps to mind.
Yes. Bertrand Russell's Diaries. 1908 to 1927.
That's all right, yes.
1908. You start.
I woke up this morning
Good start.
with Georgia on my mind.
Get off my head, I said. And smacked her big behind. Bertrand Russell's Diaries.
But I'm terribly sorry. That was really awful of me, considering how wonderful Night of Bliss has been, Gloria. Was it Gloria? No, Georgia. Arthur Pound of apples. Now, Georgia.
I was thinking about the Diaries of Bertrand Russell, 1908 to 1927, and didn't mean to be unkind.
Oh, yeah.
Ethnic. Dead ethnic, that was. Now, Tim and Willie. Tim and Willie, will you give Graeme and Barry their
Deep
subject?
South Kensington.
The Bishop of Durham.
Yes.
Blues.
Bishop of Durham. Do you want to start, Graeme?
Yes.
All right, right.
Thanks, Baz.
I woke up this morning. I found the Bishop of Durham in my bed. In my bed. I said, look here, your grace. This is no place to rest your weary head. And he said, well, look here, I had to have a lie down. I just heard that God is dead. I'm not feeling too good myself.
Samantha Ducky, what's the score? Oh, is it? Right. Okay, we're going to play a game called Hype. In this round, one team will describe a radio or television program in the most exciting terms possible. The other team will then have to identify the program. Tim and Willie, you're going to go first, and the identity of the program goes up on our computer board here in the studio, so the audience can see. For you at home, here's the mystery voice to tell you.
The test card. The test card.
Okay, start Tim and Willie.
More exciting than Maelstrom.
Narrows the field.
More colourful than the black and white minstrel show.
Easier to read than CFAX. This is the touching story of childhood innocence. A young girl alone in totally incomprehensible surroundings.
No. I think it's one of those early morning jobs. Never missed them.
For yourself.
I woke up this morning.
Well, it sets you up for
Felt
the
like
day,
an
doesn't
early
it?
morning
Yeah.
job.
Newsreader.
No.
No.
Totally
Gets a little fuzzy occasionally.
fuzzy.
I say that just in contrast.
Oh, it's the test card.
Oh.
Well done, Barry. Now it's your turn, you and Graeme, to do some hyping now. Here's your program coming up on the board. And here's the mystery voice to tell you at home.
Down your way. Down your way.
We're going to borrow Colin for this.
It was a peaceful, law-abiding little town until he came.
Moving amongst them, prying into their lives.
What did he want from them?
Where had he come from?
Where would he strike next?
Draw your curtains. The stranger could be in your neighborhood now.
Seeking out your innermost secrets.
Forcing you to choose a piece of music.
There's a little clue in there somewhere.
Tim and Willie.
The well-known biscuit manufacturer going down your way.
Look, you made that pretty easy for them, and they've leapt into the lead now. And it's your turn, Tim and Willie, to do some more hyping. Here's your programme going up on the board, and here's our mystery voice to tell those of you at home.
The news in Welsh. The news in Welsh.
Messages foretelling the fate of the world arrive on Earth out of the air, yet only a handful of human beings receive these messages from an alien culture.
Who are these people? Prince Charles might be one. Do they all have ears like Dr. Spock? Will they be welcome in the hillsides?
Listen carefully, and you too might pick up fragments of words foretelling wars, natural disasters, affecting the world, the universe, but especially Aberystwyth.
News in Welsh.
Okay, now, one more from you, Graeme and Barry. Going up on the board now, here's the mystery voice to tell you at home.
That's life. That's life.
Okay, Graeme and Barry, away you go.
She was their leader, sensual, demanding.
She knew everything. They followed her blindly.
She bared her fangs. And the world screamed.
That's got to be that slide.
I thought it was today in Parliament, isn't it?
And Tim and Willie win that one. Incidentally, those of you listening at home, one or two people have written in asking us why we don't give the name of the mystery voice, and the answer is he's asked us not to.
And we respect Lord Lucan's privacy.
Well, this week we're going to play an audience participation version of Mornington Crescent. Because in the studio here we have a very special audience. Many of them have taken part in local or national Mornington Crescent competitions. They're now going to join us in playing the game. They've each got a panel of buttons in front of them, and at certain stages they will decide the next move, and the team member whose turn it is will then have to accept the majority decision. So fingers on the buttons, audience, please, as we start our round of Mornington Crescent now with Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Ongar.
Ilford High Street.
Right, audience?
Oh.
Decide on...
Oh.
And the audience has decided Totteridge.
Very well then, they're mad, but Totteridge.
So that counts as Willie's turn,
I had to say that.
So Ilford's gone in real terms then.
No, really. For my move, you could play Ilford in 2, so no problem.
So what's your move?
Oh, sorry, yes. Baker Street.
Audience, once again, press your button. Now, we've had 2 for Cheapside, but a vast majority for Charing Cross Road.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, like it was better than I was going to go for Great Ormond Street, but Charing Cross Road is much better, yes.
Dean's Court.
Where?
Woolwich High Street.
Audience again?
Well, you dirty...
Wait a minute, there's quite a variety here. We've got Arsenal, Mortimer Street, Holloway Road. Marble Arch is the majority. Marble Arch.
They've landed you right in Marble.
Marble Arch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mornington Crescent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They landed you right in.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot. Look on the map, check it.
And in a somewhat roundabout way, Barry Crowell wins that round. I enjoyed that. We must have another of those audience participants.
Yes.
What I think we should do is I think we should involve the people at home as well, which we will do next time.
They could write in during the...
perhaps from their gardens.
We go on to a round now called Doctor's Jargon. I'll be asking our teams to give us some examples of Doctor's Jargon, and then they've got to tell us what it means. Barry, we'll start with you, as you won Mornington Crescent.
The let's try these new pills means I haven't the faintest idea what's wrong with you. Let's continue with these pills means I haven't the faintest idea what's wrong with you. I'm going to take you off these pills means I've got a very good idea what's wrong with you.
Willie.
Well, on that theme, I can thoroughly recommend these new pills. Usually means the sales rep brought them in this morning. He'll follow this by saying, I'd like to see you in a fortnight. This way I might find out what they do.
Graeme.
Dr. Graeme. Yes. Well, when a doctor says you should have come to see me before this, it actually means I've got a golf match in 20 minutes. The doctor says, this won't take long. That means I've got a golf match in 20 minutes.
The patient is as well as can be expected, considering I'm the doctor. Are you a member of Bupa? Means this is going to cost you an arm and a leg. Possibly quite literally.
How are we today means I'm fine, you look terrible.
Well, the baby certainly doesn't take after you, Mrs. Ponsonby Smythe. Means it's black.
You'll be with us for years yet means don't buy any calendars.
Right, well, let's go on now to a musical round. Go on to a musical round, and it's the round called Just a Minute. This is a musical round in which the team members attempt to sing a song for a minute without hesitation, repetition, or deviation. Our song is Hit the Road, Jack, and we're going to start with you, Tim.
Woke up this... Oh, sorry.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, never again, not now, be permanently absent. Smack our railroad, James, and never you return. Ever. Oh, woman, oh, female, don't treat me so mean, you're the cruelest old... not so young.
Challenge from Graeme Garden.
Oh, hesitation.
I thought there was a slight hesitation there, yes.
That was Colin, I thought.
Yeah, that was artistic license.
Well, I'll play the piano then.
No, you won't. You'll continue singing the song, please, Graeme.
Where have we got to, Col?
I think Woo Woman would be the best.
All right.
Woo Woo! Just a minute. What? You're the piano player. I'm the I decide where we go.
Oh!
But I agree, Woo Woman, we should start with.
Woo woman, oh lady.
Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Thank you.
Woo woo. Woo woman. Woo woo. Repetition.
No, I think that's a bit unfair. Woman is part of the, the second woo is. You see what I mean?
I never thought I'd admire Nicholas Parsons like I do at this moment.
Now carry on.
Don't treat me so mean, you're the cruelest elderly female I have ever seen. I guess if you said so, I'd have to pack my things and go. That's right. That's right. Hit the road, Jack. I haven't said that before.
Well, repetition.
He hasn't sung it before.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah, I just
Sounds
think you heard two, that's right.
Ah,
I think you should hand it over to Willie.
Thanks.
On your bike, Jim, and never return. Not at all. Not in March, April, December. Get out of here, Basil. And that's the end of it. Quite frankly.
We'll overlook the fact that it took you 3.5 minutes and give the round there to Willie Rushton and start a second song now, in which we'll start with you, Graeme Garden. Wait a minute. The song...
Masterful.
Can't wait to get away, can he?
His piano's on a meter.
The song is Happy Talk from South Pacific.
Oh.
You can, Graeme.
2, 3, 4. Happy talk, keep talking, cheerful conversation.
Challenge him.
Talk.
No.
Talking. Talking is a separate word from talk.
I thought it was a holiday resort in Devon.
Carry on, Graeme.
chat about things you'd like to do. You gotta have a dream if you don't own a fantasy. What?
Challenge there.
Repetition of you.
Oh, very good. Very
fiendish.
good. You challenged with such alacrity that you obviously want to continue the song yourself.
Yep. I just felt like a Liberal MP suddenly.
Well, will you find one this time of night?
Carry on, Tim.
How you gonna have a dream come true? Talk about a moon floating in the sky, looking like a lily on the lake. I can do with the Bloody Mary. Talk up.
Challenge from Graeme.
Talk.
Yes.
It's all talk.
Yes, yes. Barry, will you take up a song from
Oh, where did we got to?
Talk, obviously.
If you don't procure a ziz, how you have a that is substantiated.
Barry crowds the winner. Barry's the winner. He would have won much earlier but I couldn't find the whistle. Now then, we go to the point where I ask the teams to introduce late arrivals at the Mortician's Ball. The Mortician's Ball.
There's a party here from the Wild West. Humphrey all the way from Dirge City. Hurst Cartwright. Jean Mortuary. And Roy Rogers and his horse Trigger Mortis.
Will you welcome, please, fluttering gentleman from Wales, Guy the Death, who appears to be having a coughing fit.
And his friend from Scotland, Lord Reith.
Also from Wales, that cheerful soul, Happy Taff. And his brother, who's prone to laxatives, Cenotaph.
And his friend Ed Stone.
Who's agog for the cabaret, which is Tomb Jones singing The Last Waltz. And Harry Seacombe gossiping in the corner. Oh, bitch you, Harry.
Welcome from Scotland, please, a crazy stone carver. Mon, you're mental man. Mason, I meant to say. Monumental Mason.
He's just had to inter Flora.
There's Daddy and Mummy Fied.
There's the G sisters, Ella and Eula. They've been laid to rest a few times.
From Sweden, those useful people.
Of course.
Lars Reitz and Lars Post.
And all the way from China, that doleful mortician, sadly missed.
A happy cry of relief, R.I.P.
He's only here for the beer.
Mr. and Mrs. Stover and their father Pa Stover. Mr. and Mrs. Volt and their agricultural son, Farmer Lee Volt.
From the West Country, would you welcome Here Lies a Body?
Also from the West Country, an old soul known to us all as Weeum. He's looking rough. We call him the Requiem. He trims the grass in the cemetery. He's just crept into the crypt, cropped and crept out.
From Australia, please, will you welcome the grave-faced digger pit?
Why? Get out.
I don't know about you, I find it rather off-putting that the team has come up with twice as many suggestions for this round than on any subject we've ever had before. Have you finished yet?
Alex Douglas Exhume.
Well, if Samantha will lean back, I'll give you the scores.
Oh, she's fallen over.
It's a dead heat. And until next week, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Graeme Garden and Willie Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Matthew Scott, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. A number of people have asked me recently what I, a respectable musician, am doing chairing this program. Is it money, they ask, or can it possibly be pleasure? Well, in fact, I'm not at liberty to say why I do it, but if I could get hold of the negatives, things would be very different.
Musician.
And our comely scorer, Samantha, would be very relieved too. This week we've got a new player, so things might look up. Bill Tidy joins Barry Cryer on my left. And they play Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. Not forgetting, of course, our lovely scorer, who, since she joined us at the beginning of the series, has given an entirely new meaning to the term awarding points. Samantha. And we've got time for one more round, so we're going to play The Last Thing I Remember, this round's called. It's a variation of the game Famous Last Words. I shall be asking the teams for the last thing they remember before becoming totally incapacitated. The winner will be the one with the most marks, or bruises. And we're going to start with you, Willie Rushton.
The last thing I remember, Humphrey, is casually asking Claire Rayner whatever happened to heavy petting.
Bill.
The last thing I remember is I stood outside the Cunard White Star offices in 1912 with my polar bear as they displayed lists of survivors from the Titanic. Is there any news of the iceberg?
Tim.
The last thing I remember is confidently saying, I don't know, these C5s seem pretty safe to me.
Barry.
Hello, Humph. The last thing I remember was telling Steve Davis an Irish joke. I'm told a Q was later removed with the aid of a local anaesthetic.
I was in High Holborn, I think it was a Thursday. I saw this huge figure lumbering towards me, and I thought, ho ho, Elephant Man lives. And I shouted, put the bag back on your head, Jumbo. And it was Robert Maxwell.
Last thing I remember hearing is, Tim Brooke-Taylor, come on down.
What a nice girl. The last thing I can remember is I stuck my head in through the stable door on that Christmas so long ago as the star shone brightly overhead, was saying, good evening, I'm from the One Parent Family Association.
Oh, it's a girl.
You ever had a fight outside a yurt? I can remember fighting outside a yurt in Ulaanbaatar in 1181.
As late as that?
Well, are we allowed previous existences?
You're allowed anything on this show.
I remember fighting outside this yurt and saying, Mrs. Khan, your Jenkins is hitting me.
He's in a world of his own, you know.
Right, well, this is the point where I give the teams advance warning of the late arrivals whom they'll have to announce at the end of the programme. And this week we'll be asking them to announce the late arrivals at the Expectant Mother's Ball.
Oh.
Expectant Mother's Ball. We're going to play Good News, Bad News. Someone whom I'm about to nominate will start with some good news, and then the next person gives us the corresponding bad news. The next person gives us more good news, and so on until I press the buzzer, which for those of you sitting at home, you're itching to know what the buzzer sounds like. It sounds like that. Right. We'll start with you, Tim. Some good news.
Good news. They've introduced proportional representation.
Good.
That means Cyril Smith's got 15 seats.
Another 10 and you can sit down. That was good news.
Bad news on the SDP.
Good news. That's not bad news. But this is, they're going to televise the Commons.
Good news over Mary Whitehouse's dead body.
Terrific news!
Yeah.
Bad news, it's replacing snooker.
Good news! Even more balls for your money!
Well, let's do that again. I like that.
Good
start
news,
with
they've
you.
introduced proportional representation. Oh, no, not exactly.
More repeats.
Willie, start this one off, please, with some good news.
Good news, it's British film here.
Bad news. I've already seen it twice.
Good news, Richard Attenborough's making Gandhi 2.
Bad news, just when you thought it was safe to get back in the loincloth.
Good news, David Lean's making Passage to India 2.
Bad news! It's called Curry on Papadum.
Is that good news or bad news? I can't remember.
No.
All right, good news. Well, shall we call it? It's it's a remake of Ria Vindaloo.
Bad news, Sir Alec Guinness will be singing Chapati's Over.
Good news, Clint Eastwood will be appearing as Doty Harry.
Bad news. It's called A Fistful of Dal. It's the first tandoori western.
Good news. After the show, why not visit Black Hole of Calcutta, only a few minutes from this theatre?
Bad news, they're open.
Good news. Good news, the Pope's getting married.
Bad news. Again.
Good news, Elizabeth Taylor was eliminated in the semi-finals on the away scoring system.
After extra time. Bad news, he is marrying the Nolan sisters.
Good news, the children are being brought up sideways.
Bad news. The bride's mother wants to redecorate the Sistine Chapel in papal puce.
Good news. Oh, look. There's a large puff of grey smoke.
That's his first wife gone then.
So we're now going on to play the well-known game Last Episode. In this round, the aim is to put the last nail in the coffin of a long-running radio or television show and close the series down in one line. Matthew Scott will play the theme music, and I shall award some points. Possibly. Bill, we're going to start with you now, and I'd like you to put an abrupt end to Crossroads.
My God! They're putting a traffic island in.
Willie put an end to Miami Vice.
Very grateful.
Come on, Tubbs. A gay junkie alligator never hurt anybody.
Barry, yours is That's Life.
Oh, my God, she's left them in the glass by the bed.
And Tim, here's one for you. Treasure Hunt with Annika Rice.
sorry about the fog, Annika. The Eiffel Tower should be coming up any minute now. And welcome to South Africa for the first in a new series of Pot Black. I like the idea of one man and his dog sort of starting there. Come away, come up. Bucket of cold water, please.
Could I have a last swing at Coronation Street? They're putting beer in the water at the Rover's return.
Again. Points of view, if I could wrinkle my nose and do that. I agree with you totally, Mrs. Prunella Worthington of Elstree Hearts. The Board of Governors here couldn't stuff a dead yak with after 8 mints.
Price is right. Come on down. Oh, they have.
The news. The world ended yesterday.
Now look at the weather.
Well, ending that round, as always, on a high note, we're going on to the round called Sing Along. In this round, each panelist has to sing along with a disc. Once the tune and tempo have been established, the sound of the disc will disappear and the panelist will be left on his own. After embarrassing pause, the disc comes back and the panelist scores points if he's still with it. And you'll be the judge of that. The audience is going to judge this one. We're going to start the round with you, Barry Cryan. I want you to sing along with Putting on the Ritz from the soundtrack of Young Frankenstein.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types who wear a day coat can switch stripes or cut to waistcoat for perfect fits. Put on the Ritz. Oh. Stop.
But according to the stopwatch here, you were 0.03 of a second out. Willie, you're going to sing along now with Don't Rain on My Parade by Barbara Streisand.
Don't know the tune.
Don't tell me not to live, just sit and putter. Life's candy in the sun.
Is a ball of butter. Don't bring around a cloud to rain on my parade. Not to fly, I simply got to. If someone takes a spill, it's me and not you. Who told you you're allowed to rain on my parade? How much my band out? I'll beat my drum, will you? And if I band out.
I can't give you a point there, Willie. You weren't even with it when the music was going.
It's the nostrils. I can't compete with the nostrils.
He wins by a nose, I tell you.
Bill, as you're a newcomer to the game, here's an easy one for you. I Who Have Nothing by Shirley Bassey.
I who have nothing. I
who have no one.
Sell it.
I adore you.
And
I want you so. I'm just a no one with nothing to give you but oh. I love you.
Excellent. 10 points for ingenious cheating. Tim, here's your one. You're going to sing along with I Want to Be Like You from The Jungle Book.
Now I'm the king of the swingers, whoa, the jungle VIP. I reached the top and had to stop, and that's bothering me. I want to be a man cub, and stroll right into town, and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around. Ooh, ooby-doo, I want to be like you. Ooby-doo, I want to walk like you, I talk like you, talk like you.
Not since Greystoke.
Now we come to a very significant moment in today's programme. Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton are going to attempt to beat the world speed Mornington Crescent record. This stands at present at 17.2 seconds and was achieved by two Finns, Jorgen Matti and Jan Nielsen, in 1982. They also recorded a time of 18.1 seconds at altitude. Well, this speed record attempt is based on a 6-move permutation and is therefore in line with other world record attempts. We also have two independent adjudicators in the audience to ensure fair play, and as an added precaution, Tim and Willie will now put on their blindfolds. Okay, you ready? Right, stand by, Tim and Willie.
So I wonder where you were.
Is that your beard, or are you standing on your head?
Challenge from Baker. Wrong round. Sorry, Barry, you were going to challenge.
Tim can see around the side of that.
There's not really anything very interesting going on, though. I mean,
Right, stand by. Tim will be starting from Cockfosters, and the time starts now.
Earl Street.
High Street, Kensington.
Lonsdale Road.
Parade Street.
How many more have we got to do?
I don't know, I'm blindfolded.
About 3:15, Willie.
Oh.
Westbourne Grove.
Yeah. Mornington Grove.
Correct.
Oh, it's nice to be out
Well,
there.
you just scraped in inside the record, so that, our audience here realise that that's a fairly significant moment in this, not only in the program, but in the entire 13-year series.
Yes, indeed.
So let's have another round of applause for
Thank you very
Tim
much.
Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton.
We did it
Of course,
for
we'll have to ask our two
Hope it'll be
adjudicators to
ratified.
see whether they did that correctly or whether there were any mistakes. So if I can ask the two adjudicators in the audience to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Could we have a slow action replay, perhaps? That'd be very exciting.
I'm not even sure that's a thumb.
Yes, our adjudicators passed that one. So can we have a round of applause for our two adjudicators? And also another round of applause for Samantha, who's making... Who, from where I sit, is making an absolute dog's dinner of the score.
She hasn't seen the shoes for you.
We go on to a round called Lies, All Lies. I'm going to give a team member a subject, and he must try to lie about it for a minute. If he tells the truth, he can be challenged, and the challenger must then take over. And we're going to begin with Willie Rushton. And Willie, your subject is the gas board.
The Gas Board is a wonderfully efficient organisation that provides cheap electricity in every home in the country. Finland. With a simple device, a tap, one can have a house full of electricity, which will run your kettle, so it'll boil in at least 27 minutes. It'll bring you brilliant television from BBC One, thanks to Mike Grade, who is a genius as well, but that's not for me to say so at this juncture. What a splendid job he is doing. He ought to be on the gas board. He ought to be gas.
Could be...
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
Could be circumventing the truth about the kettle. Not you, Mike, because I'm really looking forward to working with you. But the kettle struck me as slightly... the average kettle is about 30 minutes, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit
I'll accept that
stretching
challenge.
the point.
I'll accept that, Barry. Will you continue lying about the gas board?
Oh.
Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Hesitation.
I shall ignore that.
Yes, exactly. The gas board.
Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Hesitation again, I thought.
And a lie.
I'm trying to get through to the gas board.
There's no point. You never get through to the gas board.
I think I'll accept that.
Yes.
Carry on, Tim, then, quickly, but more...
I think the gas board is perfectly wonderful. The fact that it was cheap, it is the least harmful, it is the most splendid way of driving an aeroplane.
Or challenge from Bill.
I don't like that look of pain on your face. I think, can I challenge him that had he taken gas, he would have looked much happier?
That, unfortunately, is true. I don't think that can be argued with. So, Bill, you've got 1.5 seconds to lie about the gas board. And you win.
Masterly.
Let's play another round of that. We're going to start this time with you, Barry, and your subject is Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan, one of the leading lights of the Gas Board Amateur Dramatic Society, is one of the more impressive, younger American presidents with...
Challenge from somebody, but the light didn't go on.
Impressive, I was debating.
Oh,
well,
no.
I think impressive was in conjunction with... Don't you, audience? It was in conjunction with younger. I don't think he meant it on its own, do you?
No, it was in...
No, do you...
I think President had a ring of truth about it, though, which, I mean, might well be... Yeah, well be President.
Yeah. Of the Gas Board Amateur Dramatic Society.
Oh, sorry.
I was getting to that.
Beg your pardon?
Well, you didn't get there quick enough. Willie, take up the light about Ronald Reagan.
Challenge Barry for being beady, I think.
And I accept that, too.
Ronald Reagan, who has been happily married for many years to Barbara Streisand, was in the original King Kong. He was the original Sanders of the River, but at the same time, he was never an actor. I just remembered that. So he couldn't have been, could he? I mean, no, I was lying.
Challenge from Barry.
He never was an actor.
No. He was a gas fitter. From Rotherham.
Oh, that Ronald Reagan, I'm sorry.
Challenge from Bill.
Which state, Rotherham?
You're not meant to ask questions. They're meant to ask
I've
questions.
come a long way for this.
I won't answer that.
That's all right, that's all right.
Will you take it up then, Bill?
No.
He's getting a sleeper back tonight. You're travelling all that way on a plank. It's not funny.
I feel as if I'm on it now.
Unless you come out of that sulk in 10 seconds, I shall award the entire game, in fact, the whole of tonight's programme, to Tim and Willie.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I would like to apologise to everyone. I've got to tell plenty of lies. The Gas Board was a beautiful woman. One of the nicest... Her marriage to Ronald Reagan was a long and happy one. They had many therms. Many blue lights flickered above their porch. And Ronald Reagan, who went black overnight, was one of those marvellous human beings upon which the whole free world depends. And I want you to vote for him now! Now! Now!
Challenge from
Marvellous
Tim.
human beings that the whole world depends on. Sorry to take this so literally, but I think Ronald Reagan is best known for his advertisements for McDonald's hamburgers. And that jolly clown that leaps around. And I love clowns because they're so cheerful and friendly, and I might get a free hamburger out of this, if nothing else.
I think you deserve one, in my view.
I think so, too. Ronald Reagan is also known as being the back part of Black Beauty when the first film was made, and...
Well, as I didn't accept Tim's challenge, Bill is the winner again for that round. And we go on to the point in the programme where Samantha and I relax, and you can you can all enjoy the team's announcements for the late arrivals at the expectant mother's ball.
Mr. and Mrs. Daynow and their daughter Annie Daynow.
Herr Baron und Baroness Munzgon und their daughter Nena Munzgon.
Direct from her current engagement in cabaret at the Pudding Club, Martha Kerr, who's singing old standards like A Womb with a View.
Would you welcome, please, Dennis Skinner, Dennis Canavan and Eric Heffer? You know what that means? The labour pains have started.
Mr. and Mrs. Tisntees and their daughter Betty Tisntees.
Mr. and Mrs. Leeway and their plump daughter Inez Emily Way. Inez Emily Way.
Where's the F? Or did you leave it out?
Well, there's Mrs. Maxwell. She's obviously had a checkup. Now, a pregnant pause in the festivities, please, for Mrs. Marion Kind. Oh, Miss. In that case, she's obviously not the Marion Kind.
That fine old thespian, surrogate mother.
Oh, Sarah Gate, who's always got it in for somebody.
Mr. and Mrs. Poddigan and their fecund daughter, Noreen Poddigan.
On your knees, please, to welcome Julius Caesarion.
There's a mysterious figure over there. What's his name? Billy Cull. Struck a chord with the audience.
Will you welcome, please, a Scotsman with Indian overtones, and it's as it's past midnight, we can say, morning, Seekness. Mr. and Mrs. Official Insemination.
Uncontrived.
Off. And their son, Robert.
In response to agonized cries of Mayday from the producer, this is where I...
Mr. and Mrs. Juiced and their son, Ian.
Very nice of you.
There's Delavrie, who's been drinking polluted water. She's 3 months stagnant. It's cabaret time. Will you welcome Wham? Bam! Thank you, Wham.
Well, we've run out of time now, so we have to say goodbye from all of us here until next time. Goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Willie Rushton and Bill Tidy were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Matthew Scott setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel. At the piano is Matthew Scott, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello again and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. This week we can promise you another close contest from two teams who complement one another and insult the audience. Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. Bill Tidy and Barry Cryer on my left. Not forgetting, of course, the lady who'll keep you abreast of the score, Samantha.
Oh, I could limp the length of her.
We're going to start with a round called Straight Face. In this round, the aim is not to amuse the audience. Each panelist in turn says a word, and the first one who gets a laugh from the studio audience is disqualified. The remaining three then continue the game in rotation until only one survives, and to that one I award as many points as our budget this week allows. And we're going to start with you, Willie Rushton.
Limp. No, that was recording. Canned applause doesn't count, does it, Humphrey?
No, it doesn't. No. I didn't hear any anyway. Bill?
Soil.
Goat.
Gusset.
Yeah, Barry, sorry about that. You're out of this one now. Oh. Willie Rushton, your turn again.
Pearl.
Bill?
Bullfight.
Snooker.
Hassock.
Sweat stain.
Yes, Bill?
You can't trust anybody, can you?
Yeah. It was only a titter, but it counts. Final between Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. Start off, Tim, please.
Hemorrhoids.
Come on. That was suicide.
Weird way to do it.
So let's have an enormous ovation.
This is the best you've done all evening, isn't it?
We've only just started.
Let's have a huge ovation for our winner in that round, Matthew Scott. And this is the point where I give the teams advance warning of the late arrivals whom they'll have to announce later on in the programme. And this week we've had a suggestion from a listener which arrived in a plain buff envelope marked Seed Catalogue, and it's late arrivals at the photographer's ball. Late arrivals at the photographer's ball, so start thinking now. Here's a round called Mad Wriggle, I'm afraid. It's a musical round in which each team will give us a folk song on a specified subject. Tim and Willie, I'd like you to give Bill and Barry the subject for their folk song, please.
The lay of the waterbed.
Excellent.
Suffolk. What key? You go first.
I knew a lovely maiden once, whose name was Lilybeth.
She had a gentle rural charm and quite disgusting breath.
She lay upon her waterbed with a village idiot Seth.
Then she turned the electric blanket on and poached them both to death.
I think I can give you 6 points for that. Now, Bill and Barry, will you give Tim and Willie their subject?
The Ballad of British Telecom.
As I were walking out one day, I passed the telephone box.
Thanks, Willie. I'm happy to say that it was full of Miss Samantha Fox.
I offered to insert 10p. A lovely thing to do.
She handed me a hand grenade and whispered, "It's for you."
Well, the audience response clearly makes you the winners, Tim and Willie, on that
Any
one.
man who can sing after passing a telephone box, I admire enormously.
Now, at Tim Brooke-Taylor's request, we carry on with the ad-lib poem. I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue until I buzz them, like that, and the next person continues. And we carry on like that until we reach an artistic conclusion, which is seldom. And here's your opening line, Tim Brooke-Taylor. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, he had 10,000 men.
Old King Cole was a merry old soul, he had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill, and he marched them down again. When they were up, they were up. When they were down, they were down. But when they were only halfway up, they were neither up nor in Aberystwyth. Oh, no. They were neither up nor down. However, old King Cole had a pipe through which he smoked. That's the furthest I've got on any poem, isn't it?
Carry on, Barry.
He liked a bit of rough old shag. Tobacco. And as he smoked, he joked. Ha 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 ha, he said. Ho ho, and he 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 he. And ha
ha ha, again he went. And then he thought, tea. What shall I have? Perhaps a maid. And so he pulled the gong. Hey, don't you? So he banged his gong.
He pulled the maid, but banged
the gong.
And on reflection, realising that pulling the gong was wrong, he said to himself in a loud, clear voice, "So long have I a king been, I think a nice change would be if I could be a queen."
Now we have a round which is called Backwards. And this, for lack of a better description, is a music round. Just before the programme, both teams have secretly recorded a song, and we're going to play it backwards now, and their opponents have to guess what it is. The correct answer will go up on our computerised board here in the studio.
He's lost the Clive Sinclair chalk.
For those of you at home, here's our mystery voice, and you get an extra point if you can guess who it is.
She loves you. She loves you.
Okay. Now, Tim and Willie, will you, let's hear your song sung backwards.
Can't give the cat down round the well. Hey, yeah, yeah, you is Wallis. Hey, yeah, yeah, you is Wallis. And give the string on in that, who is Wallis, hey. Yeah, give my head running now. Who is Wallis, says it. Yeah, yes, it's now, we're watching now. Oh, it gets his ways. Yeah, yeah, that's say, oh, son. One voice on me here.
It's number one in Leningrad.
For the firing squad. At first I thought it was Never Ride Your Bicycle on a Greasy Road. Was it Beatlish? Beetle?
Yeah. That sort of area.
Could it have been She Loves You, Da, Da, Da?
Yeah, yeah.
You all right, Bill?
Barry and Bill, we're going to hear your song now. Barry and Bill's song's going up on the board, and here, through the mystery voice, Is It For You at Home?
As time goes by. As time goes by.
Right. Here's Barry and Bill singing their song backwards.
Ja, voor mij straks hier first niet met me was hem wat. Ja, niet echt bestemd maar. Niet van nou ja, zo is het. Ook zo van Louis Nemna. Ja, voor mij straks ja, first hier voor hem nog. Ja, zo is ja, zeker, het is zeker. Zit met me samen.
And cocktails for two.
I didn't work out what twisty arser was back then.
From a medical dictionary.
Yeah.
Snib, snap, snib, snib. Knees up, Mother Brown. No.
You give him a clue?
Yeah.
It was up-tempo. Not usually sung as quickly as that.
Oh. Obviously a very slow song. So
I'll give you a clue. Mary Whitehouse in Spain.
Oh, Killjoy was here.
Casa Bianco.
I'll give you one further clue myself, because you're still quite a way off it. It was a song which, in a movie, prompted Jurpma Tragob to say, Ilapti Nega Mass.
Oh, he didn't say that.
I didn't.
He said, I told you never to play that song again, Sam. He didn't say play it again.
He said, play it, Sam.
And Tim
as
and
time
Willie...
goes by, that's the one.
Yes, and you win that round.
With a clue. With a clue.
You win that round by 17 seconds.
Oh,
we have a round now called I'm Sorry I Haven't a Cluedo. I shall ask each of our panelists... You all know the rules. I'm going to ask each of our panelists for their accusations. And we'll start with you, Bill Tidy.
I suggest the murder was committed by Sir Eric Soyle with a garden fork in the orangery.
Right. Tim Brooke-Taylor.
I suggest the murder was committed by Max Bygraves in a recording studio with a deck of cards. But I'd like to accuse now, but I won't at this moment.
An easy mistake to make. I know for a fact the murder was committed by Henry Kelly immediately after he'd undergone a charisma bypass operation. Who stunned the victim by merely talking to him.
Joan Collins did it.
Oh, come on.
In the conservatory with the last of the red hot pokers. In my view.
That would explain the high eyebrows.
Well, as you all know, we decide on this game by looking at the three cards in the box.
Yes.
Now we're going to play a game called Smuggling. In this game, the teams will take it in turns to be smugglers or customs officers. Team members try to smuggle illicit objects through by concealing them in longer words or phrases, and the customs officers can challenge at any time. The winners will get 10 points and the losers 10 years. Now, it's Barry and Bill to go first, and your objects to smuggle through are all types of kitchen equipment.
Gosh, Barry, this is a busy kitchen. Is that Emil coming in? And did he cough? It's a cough, Emil.
Move on. Onward.
I think he's also got cough and hiccups. Cough hiccups.
Challenge
Fooling
from
them,
Tim.
Bill.
Coffee mill.
Okay, that's 1 point there to Tim. Carry on then, please.
Well, I've got innocuous items. I've got a book which was loaned to me by my old mate Kenwood, who is a good mixer. It was Edam. Oh, you spotted it.
Gosh, Barry, is that Liza? Liza's coming in for breakfast. Would you like some eggs, Liza? There's talk in the kitchen that Nathaniel is involved in the marriage thing, you know, that she's going to marinate very soon. Also, I thought she's a very modest girl, a self-effacing flower, really.
Is this kitchen
I think
equipment?
we'd have
A challenge from Willie.
cellar facing, I think, is very good.
Depressed by the weather, I've just sent a message home, hard raining, bored, and
A plain girl.
A challenge from Tim.
I just saw it now. Microwave oven.
you're in league with the devil.
I'll also put in draining board while I'm about it.
Picture of a primate who lives in mountain areas. It's a picture of a high-level gorilla.
Tim?
Primate is the Archbishop of Canterbury, who happens to be in their kitchen at the moment.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it's not nice to knock Liza. She is grotesquely plain, Barry. And
Yes.
I think her mama laid an egg when she was born.
Oh, that's brill. Oh, pad and pencil. I mustn't forget that.
And is that herb, basil and rosemary just come in?
I must
Barry,
remember.
would it be impertinent on me to ask, how much longer are you going on?
Till the will to live runs out.
You've got a score of 4 there.
Well, shall we declare, Barry?
We declare hurt.
Right. Now, Tim and Willie, your objects which you've got to smuggle through are musical instruments. Will you start now, please?
Violin.
Not yet. Not yet. However.
The Tibetan not yet.
Well-known nose flute.
I'm just going to clear my guitar. Now, customs officer, good custom.
Clear, well sharp.
Thank you for bringing the harp through.
That's clavier of you.
Clavier?
It's no small world, sir. You were sent down for robbery with violin.
Oh, I think we let that pass, shall we?
Let's carry on, Tim, quickly.
You're accusing me of being a liar. No.
Who's that?
We're allowed to get one out. The Virgin also.
Yes.
Go on, Willie.
Cello there, I say.
Ah!
Come back to my drum and let us have sax.
Challenge from well, Bill got him first.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be a lettuce. The ancient musical lettuce.
French lettuce.
Another plug. This looks like a sack, but if you look closely, you'll see it's a trombone. Oh, what a good
That is not a trombone, that is my protuberance.
I'm dressed like
Challenge from Bill.
Can I withdraw my...
Bill?
Not without a local anaesthetic.
I'm dressed with this beret and striped jersey so the French won't go corps anglais is passing by. And,
We went by P&O, then flew to Bali.
by way of fife.
May I flute, please?
I'll have a drum in fife.
Well, Tim and Willie have edged into the lead in that round. And while somebody goes...
Edged! It's an edged.
Yes,
Joe was hell on holiday. We always had to ban Joe from the bar. He was having such a good time with our moniker. Anyway.
Too late.
While somebody
Well,
goes...
you didn't allow us to say anything earlier.
While somebody rings up to ask them to postpone the news, we're going to now carry on with a game called Sounds Peculiar. I'm going to play in a few bizarre sound effects, and I want you to tell me what you think they are, teams. We're going to start with you, Tim. Here's your sound effect.
Yes, this is a good Australian annual event. Last night of the Poms. I think.
Okay, Bill, here's a sound effect for you.
That's an exciting holiday sound. It's King Kong attacking Blackpool Tower and trying to get the Hammond organ inside Reginald Dixon.
Okay, Willie Rushton, here's one for you.
I think that's Toyah Wilcox trying to be the sweetheart of the forces in World War III.
Or Millwall playing away.
Let's have one for Barry, then.
That's Wogan 3 times a week.
I have to tell you, listening at home, that in the middle of that sound effect, our scorer Samantha went bright red, leant across to me and said, "My God, when did they record that?" Okay, Tim, here's another sound effect for you.
Yes, I think I've heard this before. It's Evel Knievel attempting to clear the Grand Canyon in a Sinclair C5.
Incidentally, have any of you had your free ones yet? Mine hasn't arrived.
They're at the door, aren't they, as you go out? Please take one. There's a bucket.
Bill Tidy, here's a sound effect for you.
I think that's the most obvious one of the lot. That's a papal visit to Bolton International Airport.
I think it's worth hearing that one again, because it was incredibly accurate. We've got time for two more. Willie, here's another one for you.
I think, since its takeover by the Egyptians, that is the new look sound of Harrod's dial-a breather service.
And finally, one more for you, Barry Cryer.
Elizabeth Taylor tries again.
And we go on now to the point where I ask the teams to announce the late arrivals for the photographer's ball.
Mama Razzi and her husband, Paparazzi.
Would you cover your eyes, ladies? Because in the corner, we have the allegedly well-developed Matt Print, who is exposing himself with a quick flash but I'm positive his enlargements are getting negative results.
Jackanory.
Tim gets 5 points for the biggest laugh so far. Mostly from him, but... Carry on.
Will you please welcome Mr. and Mrs. Telephotocephalus and their son Kodak.
And those old chums, Len Scap and Ed Cutoff.
Here come the Slades, known as the appallingly boring holiday Slades.
Mr. and Mrs. Atchacamera and their daughter Minnie Atchacamera.
Like her?
Mr. and Mrs. Zebedee and their son, what's Zebedee?
Mr. and Mrs. at the camera and their son Luke at the camera.
What's the weather like outside? Is the snow done?
The Leroyds and their daughter Poll.
There's Sam Body Moved.
Male stripper, Flash being walloped.
Mr. and Mrs. Croom and their father, Da Croom.
There's the wine waiter, Ditton. Can we have the wine, Ditton?
For the cabaret, I'm using some very early photographs of Winds, the black and white minstrel show.
Singing Someday My Prince Will Come. There's Mr. and Mrs. Dangle Lens. And their daughter Yvonne, whose invitation just says, why Dangle Lens?
Ever the optimist, this is where I say join us again next week. Goodbye from all of us.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Willie Rushton and Bill Tidy were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Matthew Scott setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Matthew Scott and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, and I'd like to begin by asking you to applaud a man who's done so much for this programme, giving it its wit and its style and its humour. Oh, all right, be like that. Bad Penny Blues will be back in the charts again any minute, and I'll be able to get a shot of this rubbish. Just watch me. I suppose you better applaud the teams then. Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right.
There you go.
Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden on my left. Not forgetting our scorer, Samantha. And scorer's the word, I'll tell you. Incidentally, close-ups of Samantha are on sale in the foyer here, and so are photos of her face. So we're going to start with the round double feature. This round takes as its premise the poverty of the international film industry, and I have to explain that for economic reasons, new films will have to be remakes of pairs or groups of old films. I want you to hear the resulting titles from the teams, and I'll award some points, probably. So let's start with you, Graeme Garden.
Well, an easy one to start with. They're going to remake The Long, the Short and the Tall, together with The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, and Robinson Crusoe, and they're going to call it The Long Good Friday.
Producers of The Wind Cannot Read and Noises Off are producing a new film entitled, was that you?
Willie.
Well, they're combining water, rain, and A Midsummer Night's Dream, and it's the Francis Pym story, Wet Dreams.
Soap operas are improving. They're getting red hot from the film world. Eddie Murphy, and combining it with Joan Collins and calling it Guess Who's Coming to Dynasty.
I had heard they're going to remake Hot for Lust, Sanders of the River and 55 Hours to Rama, and they're calling it Randy Sandy Gandy. Only a rumour.
Company of Wolves, Derby Day, and Murder on the Orient Express, a new film called Sweet F.A. Or not.
They're going to remake Bataan, Mandingo, and Some Like It Hot, and call it Bingo in the Sun.
Producers of Wind in the Willows and Black Hole are combining to make Toad in the Hole.
Once Upon a Time in America and Little Big Man, the Ronald Reagan story.
Right, we're going on now to the point in the programme where I give the teams advance warning of the late arrivals that they'll be announcing later on in the programme. This week we'll be asking them for late arrivals at the Farmer's Ball. The Farmer's Ball.
Ah, the old problem.
And we go on to the round called Paranoia. In this one, Team A decides that there's something wrong with Team B, and Team B have to guess what's wrong with themselves by asking questions. Team A reply in a manner appropriate to Team B's affliction, and Graeme and Barry's affliction is going up on our audience computer board. And we have the usual mystery voice to tell you at home.
They think they are in love with Margaret Thatcher. In love with Margaret Thatcher.
Right, well, Graeme and Barry, will you try and find out your affliction by questioning the other two, please?
What's the matter with us?
Oh, dear.
Nothing
Really?
that couldn't be cured with a rope.
Do we think we are somebody or body, people, plural, or...
You are named people. Men with white coats are kind of...
White jackets. I know the old song.
Ah, there's a possibility of
Is
us
that
being
true?
taken away. This is haunting us, is it?
Yes.
No.
Schizophrenic.
No, we would think that you, having this paranoia, would need to be put away, but that's a personal opinion.
Do we think we're a type of person?
Yes.
Balanced.
Unbalanced, in my view.
Wet.
Certainly not.
No, certainly not wet, quite the opposite.
Dry.
Yes?
That's a big help.
Are we close-hued to our leaderine?
Very. Absolutely.
Cabinet.
I think you've got it in other
Cabinet.
words.
Yes, one
I think they have, yes.
You think you're in love with our leaderine, Margaret Thatcher.
I don't know that's a subject for humour at all.
I didn't notice any.
I think, as Chairman, I'm the judge of that. Anyway, let's go on now to Tim and Willie's affliction, which is now going up on the board. And here's the mystery voice to tell you at home.
They think they are Henry Kelly. Henry Kelly.
All right, Tim and Willie, start questioning, please.
Do we both suffer from this affliction?
Yes. God knows there's only room for one, but you both suffer from it.
Do we have illusions of grandeur in some way?
Illusions of adequacy, probably.
We think we're you.
Oh, the barb.
We think we're fascinating.
Yeah, but partly.
Well, yes.
Cropping up everywhere.
I don't think they're going to get it, do you?
We think we're Terry Wogan.
Or marijuana.
Correct in a way.
We think we're amazingly talented.
Getting very warm.
Gloria Hunniford. Terry Wogan in drag. Even warmer.
Is that an Irish?
Who's that thin? Thin Irishman with no way about him.
We think we're Henry Kelly?
Well, that deserves a point, I think, don't you? No? All right, then. We're going on now to the round called Mad Wriggle. I'm sorry about that, but that's what it says here. This is a musical round in which each team will give us a folk song on a specified subject. Now, Tim and Willie, would you like to give Graeme and Barry a subject for their folk song?
Yes.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Humphrey,
very much.
It's about you, and
Yes.
about Humphrey Lyttleton.
The jolly chairman's catch, we thought. And you're looking very jolly tonight. I'd like the address of your chemist.
The jolly chairman's catch, right.
And thank you for volunteering to start, Graeme.
What? As I walked out one evening to a Humphrey Lyttleton gig,
I knew I'd come to the wrong place, for the audience was quite big.
so I went round to the gents next door, downcast and sad at heart.
And there stood Humph with his horn in his hand, saying, "Thank God, now we can
You don't seriously expect any marks for that, do you? Right. Graeme and Barry, will you give Tim and Willie their subject, please?
Only if it's very, very difficult.
Holidays.
Holidays.
The lay of the holiday.
Oh, right.
No names, no packages.
Know her well. An annual contest. Today's the day I'm going upon my annual holiday.
I like sun and sand and penguins. So I'm going down Falklands Way.
Oh, they've got a lovely airport there. Leastways, so I've been told.
Oh. You can spend 14 days in the hangar, 'cause it's always bleeding cold.
Well, our scorer, Samantha, is working overtime and should come up with a score, half-time score, any minute now. We're going to play a game called Tag Wrestling, or the Chairman's Revenge. In this round, I'm going to give each team the payoff of a story, and I shall then start one of you off telling a story to fit your particular punchline. Then when I feel like it, I shall do this, which is pressing my buzzer, and a member from the opposing team will have to take up that story, but make it fit his punchline. Fascinating game. Barry and Graeme, your punchline is, Hamlet killed the rest of the court and died.
That's a rib tickler, isn't it?
Hamlet.
And Tim and Willie, your punchline is, suddenly Mr. Plod burst in and arrested Noddy and Big Ears. You shouldn't have any difficulty with either of those.
Big Ears.
Noddy.
And
Noddy and Big Ears.
And Noddy.
Two D's.
I've got too large a cast here. I've got 3 big ears and 2 noddies.
Okay, you've had the longest time to think, Barry and Graeme, so will you start your story now?
It was a grand day at Elsinore. Day trippers were thronging round the castle, and Hamlet went up on the battlements to get away from the crowds.
There's something rotten in the state of Denmark, he said. No, no, said Big Ears, that's me. We've come on a day trip to Elsinore. I've come with Noddy, and Mr. Plod isn't far behind, because we've brought illicit pork into the land of bacon, which you're not allowed to do, because the only thing you get in Denmark is Lego and soft porn, the expression, getting your Lego over. We've come here for a bit of soft porn.
Then step into this cupboard, said Hamlet. Here you will be safe from the attentions of P.C. Plod. You're a toff and a prince, said Big Ears, and he and Noddy were locked into the closet. Leaving Hamlet free. Stop writing notes, Tim.
Writing to a fellow in the front row. Come out of the closet, they said, but the closet door was locked.
By this time, the rest of the court had heard about the kerfuffle up on the battlements and sped...
He never could stand a kerfuffle, so Polonius leapt in, jumped into the closet with them, and said, "Come with me behind the arras." "This sounds promising," said Big Ears.
It isn't, assured Polonius. Meanwhile, in the grand banqueting chamber, Hamlet had strolled down to see what was going on with the rest of the court, and found that they were all having an enormous sword fight. Meade jumped on a table and shouted, "I am a prince."
So you are, said Big Ears. At that moment, Ophelia came in, and Noddy said, "Have Ophelia." Big Ears, and Big Ears did, and suddenly Mr. Plod burst in and arrested Noddy and Big Ears.
Right clear.
Well, I must admit I didn't see that coming.
You're not alone.
We're going on to a round now called Complete Speeches. For this next round, we're going to play some extracts from speeches by famous figures. We just want the teams to complete them. 1 mark for a correct answer and several bruises for an incorrect one. We'll start with a round consisting of bits of Margaret Thatcher at the Tory conference. Margaret Thatcher at the Tory conference. Tim, here's your extract.
And of course we all have our favourite causes. I know I do.
My favourite course is Peter Walker on toast.
Barry, here's an extract.
But someone has to add up the figures.
Someone. Anyone.
Willie, here's an extract from the Tory conference. Margaret Thatcher for you.
At this conference last year, you remember that I said, the National Health Service is safe with us.
April Fool! I was a bit high for her there, wasn't I?
Graeme Garden's lying fourth at the moment and has an awful lot to do, but see what you can do with this extract, Graeme.
We have set a true course, a course that is right for the character of Britain, right for the people of Britain.
Right for the ghoulies of Britain.
Well, the Tower of London beckons, so we'd better get off that one. And we'll do another round now, and here's our other leader, Arthur Scargill. Extract for you, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Look, we were responding to calls from the trade union movement, and you people make me smile.
So put your clothes back on. I will if you will. Uncanny accent, that.
Good. Yeah, extra point for that. Right, Barry, here's another Scargill excerpt.
When we do next become the Labour government, the first important task
is to get this megaphone out of my trousers.
Willie Rushton, here's one that you'll welcome. This is John Selwyn Gummer at the Tory conference.
And I want every one of you in this hall today, just at this moment, to think.
Look, we've never tried it before.
Right, Graeme Garden, here's one for you, and it's President Reagan.
They are the focus of evil in the modern world.
Damn the Osmonds.
I think Samantha has a score for us now. No?
1 each.
Oh, well. Keep working at it. We go on now to pro-celebrity dwarf throwing. This is the last of our contests to find the strongest man here. You've probably heard of the popularity of dwarf throwing contests recently. Well, we held one of these shortly before the program began, and it was won by Tim Brooke-Taylor. He was thrown some 20 feet by him. But now it's the team's turn to do the throwing. They've got their dwarves in front of them. That's dwarf conifers. Weighing well over 100 grams. And I'm going to ask them to throw them now. Now comes the exciting moment where we measure those throws. And we discover that Tim Brooke-Taylor, funnily enough, did the worst one. Landed on his own foot. Who have we got next? Next is Graeme Garden, who just managed to reach the front of the stage here. Willie Rushton's landed on somebody else's foot in the front row of the audience. But Barry Cryer actually made somebody's lap. As usual. So Barry Cryer's the winner of that round.
Well done.
Well, that was fun. And now we go on to Call My Bluff. Probably seen the television program Call My Bluff, and we have now an entertaining version of that game. I shall want our...
Lovely adjective.
I shall want our team members to define a word that I shall give them, and I shall then guess which is the true definition. Ready, teams? Your word is Australian. Australian. And we'll start with you, Barry.
This is a hybrid word. Charles Darwin, as you know, wrote The Origin of Species. He did observe on his travels on the Beagle, which is an offence punishable by a fine. No, he saw a lion mating with an ostrich. And the resultant offspring was dubbed by Darwin an ostry-lion. An ostry-lion, a creature that gives birth to an egg with a lion on it.
Right, I've got that one. Now then, Willie Rushton.
The word is, in fact, not Australian, it's Nostrilian. And this is not to be confused with postilions, who are constantly struck by lightning. A Nostrilian is actually an ostler. In the old days, he used to pick the noses of racehorses. Well, someone has to. And was therefore termed a Nostrilian. Nostrilian. Nose picker to the gentry.
Right. Okay, Graeme, your definition, please.
Yes, Australian. This word actually means almost Austrian. It's Australian. And it's used to describe people who are Austrian-ish. People who wear funny hats and funny shorts and yodel in Technicolor. And they're known in Austria, indeed, in dialect, as the G'day Bruts, which means the almost men, and they've adopted that as their greeting. The G'day Bruce.
Right, and finally your definition, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Well, the word was in fact made up by John Wyndham in his sci-fi book to describe that glassy stare of those strangers seemingly from another planet called the Day of the Millwall Supporters. And these aliens with woolly whitelaw oyster-like eyes, and hence this look was called Oyster Alien. Oyster Alien, Australian look. These people from abroad, from another planet.
Abroad on
Right, well that gives me some
yes,
interesting ones
nothing.
to pick from. Now wait a minute. Willie Rushton with that interesting variation on the term picking a winner. No, I'm not sure that don't think it's that. I'm going for Tim Brooke-Taylor. So is it true or a bluff, Tim?
Oh.
Can we see what the true definition was, please?
Good Lord.
Well, that's amazing. What did you think, Samantha? Did you get that right? Huh? You did? Well, why didn't you tell me? Anyway,
nods all over.
Let's go on now to the late arrivals. This is the point in the programme where I go home so that I can miss your announcements of the arrivals at the Farmer's Ball. The Farmer's Ball.
Cabaret time. Will you welcome Clive Dung?
Who flung?
Yehudi Manurin. And Fertilizer Minnelli. With some songs by Noel Cowherd.
You're welcome, please. I think you're welcome back, probably. Mr. and Mrs. Recultural Policy and their tarty daughter, the rather common Aggie Recultural Policy.
Welcome, Harry Bull. Not feeling himself, he's just trodden on a rake. He's got a couple of acres, and...
Smallholder, is he?
Yes, from Littlehampton. Now...
There, look, here's Mr. and Mrs. Lee Field and their daughter, Bar Lee Field. Getting her oats. Hey, Rick, I didn't know you were here.
He's here with Wayne. Hey, Wayne.
There's Phil Drabble and his cock-a-doodle. Oh, dear, what did cock-a-doodle do?
There's that cow Pat.
Avoid her like the plague. She's with her milkmaid friend, Isla Pullum. She's from Huddersfield.
All the way from Cyprus, Farmer Gusta and his cauliflower.
Oh, there's the vet, Rube Erglove, now appearing in All Creatures Grunt and Smell.
We've just about come to the end of today's programme. After our closing announcement, I shall have a very important announcement of my own to make, so I'll tell you about that in a moment.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Graeme Garden and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Matthew Scott setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
Welcome back. And now the moment that I know Mornington Crescent aficionados all over the world have been waiting for. Our two teams are going to attempt to break the Mornington Crescent record by playing continuously for 145 hours. They've been sponsored, of course, and the proceeds will be going to Mornington Crescent Anonymous, which helps addicts of the game. Our special audience here have agreed to witness the entire attempt. On a rota basis, of course, but you at home are now going to witness live the start of this heroic effort. Are you ready, teams? Straight rules, naturally, and we'll begin as soon as Samantha can find her stopwatch.
It's in there somewhere.
As I go and have a look.
Right, we'll begin with you now, Tim. Now.
Heathrow Central.
Hillingdon Way.
Kensington High Street. Always safe.
Isle of Wight Ferry.
Oh, how very clever. Mornington Crescent. I start again, presumably, having won that one. Gloucester Road.
Freshwater Avenue.
Charing Cross Road, that's all right.
We'll see how they're getting on when you rejoin. I'm sorry I haven't a clue at the same time next week.
Green Lane. Did I say that?
Well, last week you left us as our two teams embarked on a remarkable bid to break the marathon Mornington Crescent record. Well, as you can hear, they're tired and weary, but still going. The audience is also rather tired and consequently a little hysterical. The teams have now been playing the game continuously for 143 and a half hours and are only 90 minutes short of the record. It's therefore a bit of a pity that I've got to stop them so that we can bring you the last edition of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. I'm certain they'll understand that. Okay, teams, you'll have to stop.
What?
Tim, you'll have to stop now.
Who are you?
It's time for the last I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, and the controller of Radio 4 has insisted we give everybody a proper programme.
This isn't very nice.
It's a great pity that we won't now be raising all that money for Mornington Crescent Anonymous, but perhaps you can try again next year.
Is this David Hatch, the controller of Radio 4?
We'd better
There's a
begin.
misnomer.
We were on our way to breaking a record.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, but we'd better teams order, please. We'd better begin the show now.
I mean, we're hiring Norris McWhirter by the minute.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Matthew Scott and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. Well, the teams are a bit depressed at the moment, but not as depressed as you'll be over the next half hour as I introduce them to you now. Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer on my left. And, of course, the person who makes it all worthwhile, Samantha. A delightful assistant who certainly doesn't look 63.
What, 31 and a half each?
Barry, steady.
They are, too.
So we hurry now into the round called Word for Word. In this round, one of the members of a team says a word, and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. And the other team, of course, may challenge and try to prove a connection. So we'll start with your team, Graeme and Barry.
Cucumber.
Borzoi.
Challenge from Willie.
Those who know their borzois know the pleasure that one can get out of one with a cucumber.
Certainly not going to accept
No, quite, thank you.
I've been to Crufts.
Carry on.
Ratatouille.
Peripatetic.
Challenge from Tim.
I can't spell either of those.
Yeah.
Peripatetic is an anagram of
That's
ratatouille.
Is it?
Only if you spit out the pith.
I'm certainly going to accept that challenge there. So Tim and Willie, will you
Got
start
cucumber in it as well. Sorry.
And borzoi as often as not.
Rhinoceros.
Hatch.
Challenge from Graeme Garden.
Well, it's well known that the head of Radio 4, David Hatch, is as thick-skinned as a rhinoceros. Has actually prevented us from fulfilling our record attempt at Mornington Crescent.
Right, sir.
Well said. Here, here.
Here, here.
Here, here.
Yes.
I'd rather go back to the cucumber and the borzoi. So.
That comes into it as well.
Sounds a great
We have the
pop.
negatives.
No, I'm not. I won't.
Thinks he's untouchable. We've got them.
I'm not going to accept that. So carry on then. Who was doing it? You were.
Samantha, I think. I'm not sure.
Firm hand
Carry
on
on,
the
Tim
tiller
and
there.
Willie.
Pomegranate.
Fox.
Challenge from two challenges from Graeme.
Yeah, we ought to be doing it.
Where are we before every show in the series? The Fox and Pomegranate.
Next door to the rhinoceros and cucumber.
We've complained about
Yeah,
the
I'll
noise
accept
more
that.
than once.
They keep blaming the borzoi and the cucumber.
I've heard of opening hours, but this is ridiculous.
Never opened ours.
It's been so long since we played that game that I think we'll drop it now and go on to the point. Go on to the point where I give teams advance warning of the late arrivals that they'll be doing later on in the programme. This week we'll be asking them to announce the late arrivals at the newsagent's ball. The newsagent's ball. Here's a round called limericks. I'm going to ask you to make up some limericks that are suitable for broadcasting. I'll give you the first line and then you take one line each. And we'll start with you, Graeme Garden. A belly dancer hot from Jakarta.
Have a care.
A belly dancer hot from Jakarta went back to her old alma mater.
She kept the school waiting.
To see her gyrating.
Till somebody pressed herself stop.
Very good. Tim, here's one for you to start. As she swallowed her fifth jellied eel.
As she swallowed her 5th jelly deal, she said, I know how Linda Lovelace must feel.
But the 6th eel was limp.
What? Red card.
No.
So, she swallowed a shrimp.
Now she stars in prawn movies in Deal.
Right, Barry Cry, here's one for you to start. They hailed her as Vivat Regina.
Thanks, Humphrey.
They hailed her as Vivat Regina one night on an old ocean liner.
A Jolly Jack Tar.
He went one step too far.
It's a hell of a long way to China.
Right, Willie, here we go. An alternative Coco the Clown.
An alternative?
An alternative Coco the Clown.
Oh, of course.
An alternative Coco the Clown pulled his trousers up rather than down.
His nose was bright green.
And mildly obscene.
And you should see where he's painted his frown.
Well, while Samantha works on the score of the last programme but one, we're going to go on now to censored songs. I'm going to ask each team to sing a medley, and during the medley it will be their task to censor, by means of a buzzer, any words which they consider will outrage public decency or frighten the horses.
Or the borzoi.
Barry and Graeme, your medley comes from the Vera Lynn songbook.
That certain night, the night there was a broad in the air, there were angels at the Ritz, and a nightingale in Berkeley Square. I may be right, I may be wrong, but I'm perfectly willing to. And when you turned and at me, a nightingale in Berkeley Square.
We'll again, don't know when, but I know we'll again some sunny day. Keep through just like we used to do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. So will you please say to the folks that I tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me, I was.
There'll be bluebirds, the white cliffs of Dover, tomorrow just you and see. There'll be love and ever after tomorrow when love is free. The shepherd will his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Johnny will go to in his own little room again. Over the white cliffs of Dover, tomorrow just you and
Oh, lovely to hear those old songs again.
Thanks, Vera.
And it is again for you, Hump, isn't it?
It is, I was there. Yeah.
You started it.
Tim and Willie, here's your song now. will you please censor yourselves this medley from the Flanagan and Allen songbook?
Underneath the arches, I dream my dreams away. Underneath the arches, on cobblestones I every night you on me, tired out and worn. Underneath the arches, I lie away. Toodaloo-ma-loo-ma, toodaloo-ma-loo-ma, toodle-I-ay. Any umbrellas too today. Bring your, it may be small, it may be big. He will them all with what you call a thingamajig. Pitter-patter, patter, pitter-patter, patter, it looks like. Let it pitter-patter, let it pitter-patter, don't mind the heel. Your umbrella, then go on his way singing. Just in the cool of the evening air. Every night I go out and I know my is rolling when I'm in with the one I love. Rabbit, 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 rabbit. Bang, 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 bang goes the farmer's. Rabbit, rabbit.
You see, we don't remember the old songs.
Right, we're going to a game now called Hype. And in this one, the teams will describe a program or an event in the most exciting terms possible. The other team will then have to identify it. We're going to start with Tim and Willie, and the identity of the program is going up now on our computer board in the studio. And here's our mystery voice to tell you at home.
The Chelsea Flower Show. The Chelsea Flower Show.
Right, now you all know what it is, except Graeme and Barry, of course. We have to listen to Tim and Willie describing it. Go ahead, Tim and Willie.
Ta-da! Starring some of nature's greatest beauties in living colour, we present the Queen of Sheba and Marshall Hay. Out of one bed and into another. And sometimes even up against the wall. In a life that is tragically short for teeming thousands near the banks of the River Thames. All really earthy characters.
As I sit here next to Graeme Garden, I ponder on what it can be.
We think it's the Chelsea Flower Show?
Barry and Graeme, it's your turn to identify a program. And here it is going up on the board, and the mystery voice will tell you at home.
TVAM. TVAM.
Hype.
Barry and Graeme, will you give us some vivid description now,
Right.
please?
We'd like some a little background music, if Matthew. Lovely.
Intrigue and romance, mystery and drama. Where is Peter? Did Angela fall or was she pushed? Who was the father of Anna's child? Why is David only there at weekends? Can Ann and Nick make it work as they try to pick up the pieces? Who are those mysterious visitors who drop in? Nobody seems to know them. Who's the sailor who comes in to talk about the weather? Confused? You will be if you tune in to...
Oh, Tim Brooke-Taylor got that one very, very quickly and earns the right to start the ad-lib poem. As you know, I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue until I buzz them, like that, and the next person continues. I'm going to give Tim a first line now, and it's this. The Earl and the Baronet had for tea some beautiful pea-green soup.
The Earl and the Baronet had for tea some beautiful pea-green soup. They also had spaghetti, all tied up in one big loop. However, they were not fussy types, They would eat almost anything.
But then they wanted a waiter, so they gave the bell a ring. The bell was on the table, I hasten to explain. And when they rang the bell, the waiter rushed in like a train. "Coffee and brandy, gentlemen," he said, with a merry grin.
Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! It's the mood I'm in. Sometimes I rush in like a train. Sometimes I'm a roaring wind.
But tonight you're in luck, because I'm a train. And now that you have dinned, upon the bell, you gentlemen have made a merry sound, I'll go and get your bill prepared. It won't be more than £1. So out he ran, this waiter chap, just like a train again.
Woo-woo, he went. Woo-woo, woo-woo. At birth, he had been brained. I love this round. It makes me laugh. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee.
Said the waiter, having been dropped on his head in 1933. But our story takes place in the present time, when he was bringing the bill.
He said, "Well, here's the bill, now that you've had your fill." "Hang on," said Phil. "Hang on."
Anybody seen a rhyme anywhere?
Not finished the line yet. He did vouchsafe.
I'll bring your bill as quick as I can, except my trousers chafe, which slows me up when I'm in here attending now to you, and when I'm running in and out, that's why I go, woo!
Well done, Thank you very much, Graeme. We go on to a short round called Builder's Jargon. I'll be asking our teams now to give us some example of Builder's Jargon, and then tell us what it means. And we'll start with you, Barry Cryer.
This needs pointing, means it needs pointing the other way. We could start Monday, means pick any Monday and you'd be wrong.
What I always find is, I never quite understood when they say make good, which means disguise cock-up.
I asked the builder for a quotation on the roof, and he shouted, "A thing of beauty is a joy for a fortnight," and jumped off. The quotation is actually 1/8 of the final price.
Let's look at the drains, means pull the house down and we can get a really good look at them.
You'll notice there are a few differences from the drawings, means we had the plans upside down.
We're using well-seasoned timber, means we're putting up your new beam just as soon as the leaves have dropped off it.
You don't happen to know if there's an RSJ there, it means don't blame me if the house falls down.
Don't you worry, you won't know we're there. Means they won't be there.
Here's a round that everybody loves. It's called One Song to the Tune of Another. Barry, you've got to sing Don't Dilly-Dally to the tune of Edelweiss. Or even Edelweiss.
My old man said, follow the van, don't dilly-dally on the way. Off went the cart with the home packed in it. I walked behind with my whole gogglinage, but I dillied and dallied and dillied, lost the van and don't know where to roam. You can't trust the specials like the old-time coppers when you can't find your way home.
Thank you, Barry. Always knew you were a sport. Now, Willie, will you sing My Way to the tune of The Can-Can?
end, and now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain, my friend. I say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain I have lived a life that's full. I travel each and every highway, and much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew, but through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spat it out. I tasted all that I stood store and did it my way.
Definite improvement.
Graeme, now, will you sing We'll Gather Lilacs to the tune of America from West Side Story?
We'll gather lilacs in the spring again, and walk together down an English lane until our hearts have learned to sing again when you come home once more. And in the evening where the firelights glow, you hold me close and never let me go. Your eyes would tell me all I want to know when you come home once more.
Tim, we've got a good one for you now. Another tune from West Side Story. Now, will you sing Hi Ho from Snow White to the tune of Tonight?
Hi ho, to make your trouble go. Just keep on singing all day long. Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho. For if you're feeling low, you positively can't go wrong with a hi, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho. We dig, 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 dig the whole day through. To dig, 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 dig is what we like to do. And while we dig, we always sing.
Now we've come to the point which invariably brings a tear to the eye and a lump to the throat, or vice versa. For the last time in the series, we ask our teams to announce the late arrivals, and on this occasion it's the late arrivals at the newsagent's ball.
Oh, there's Sandy Times with magazine. She's impecuniously frail, poor weekly magazine. There's Mr. and Mrs. Ning Paper, her daughter Eve Ning Paper, and her dog Matches. He's a boxer, Matches.
Better than a borzoi. Mr. and Mrs. Straighted London News, and their son Eli's Straighted London News.
All the way from India, the curry correspondent, Halitosis. And a big welcome back to the theatre critic, Pandit Unmercifully.
From the counties, here come the Hind family with their son Orson Hind.
And also Farmer's Weekly.
Oh, there's Joan Collins. She's got a Mail on Sunday, 2 Mirrors and an Observer.
And a borzoi.
From page 3, there's Gloria Spoobs. She's a bingo-go dancer. There's Circulation and his daughter Titty.
If you'll bend over backwards to please the readers. What?
Come to that, there's Farmer's Weekly's brother Dalton.
What's pink and hard in the morning? The Financial Times crossword. That's filling in the gap before the next guest.
You said that
filling in the gap before the end of your career, Barry. Growing ever nearer.
As having sat here in vain waiting for Tim Brooke-Taylor to pull out the big one, I've come to the point where I have to say that unless the BBC comes to its senses, we should be back in another series in the future. Until then, from all of us here, including Samantha, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Graeme Garden and Willie Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Matthew Scott setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.